Good afternoon, honorable members. When we suspended for lunch, we were debating the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. I assume you are ready to resume. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Stay in your lane.
Okay. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because of the break-in transmission, I believe that we are duty-bound, Mr. Deputy, to retrace my steps, if you will, in terms of my contribution to this debate, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, because of the need to ensure that I let the Bahamian people know from which vantage point and perspective I was coming from, in terms of my initial thoughts as I stood here, and to contextualize my contribution thus far. The point was being made, Mr. Deputy, and a press release was read earlier from a number of women's groups about their concern about this bill and the fact that there should be a pause because there are a number of concerns that they wish us as a body, the government, to consider. And one of the things that I emphasize, Mr. Deputy, as I just go over the initial statement for the edification of the Bahamian public who were lost during the transmission, Mr. Deputy. It says that this bill is not the bill that the women's rights groups worked on for more than a decade. The bill we worked on and consented to was the gender-based violence bill. This bill was replaced at the last minute with the Protection Against Violence bill. The new bill does not contain key provisions that would further help protect women and girls from violence. These provisions were in the gender-based violence bill. We call on the government to suspend debate on this bill and to present to the Parliament the gender-based violence bill that so many Bahamian women worked hard on over the many years. Mr. Deputy, as was said earlier, anytime that we come in here, it is not for us. It is for the people that we represent in our constituencies and by extension, and ultimately, Bahamians across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I'll just wait, Mr. Deputy, so I don't have to repeat myself. Tell me, Chair.
All the time. Okay. We can break for the week. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Deputy, I just checked again. We're still not up. Please allow for 10 minutes for us to check one more time.
Thank you, honorable member.
If we come back and it's not on, then we'll go for the suspension for this summer break.
Yeah. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended for 10 minutes. As many as are in favor will remain seated.
We have a, please. We have a,
The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended for 10 minutes. The third time should be the charm. Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr.
We are
Deputy.
going to give you 30 minutes.
Say it again, Mr. Deputy.
We're going to give you 30 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Deputy, thank you very much. Appreciate the chair. Mr. Deputy, the importance of this debate today forces me again to go back just another step to what I was reading before the break, which was an initial statement by a number of women's groups relative to this process today, Mr. Deputy, citing that this bill, this is from the women group, the Pros Protection Against Violence Bill passage, Mr. Deputy. This bill is not the bill that women's rights groups worked on for more than a decade. The bill we worked on and consented to was the gender-based violence bill. This bill was replaced at the last minute with the Protection Against Violence bill. The new bill does not contain key provisions that would further help protect women and girls from violence. These provisions were in the gender-based violence bill. We call on the government to suspend debate on this bill and to present to Parliament the gender-based violence bill that so many Bahamian women worked hard on over the many years. Mr. Deputy, earlier this morning, I made a point, in my humble opinion, that time after time we have come in here on a number of occasions, even in this session, and we have withdrawn bills, put in new ones, because we felt that there was a way to make the bill better. And so what a number of the women groups are saying is that there is a way for us to make this bill better. And they specifically cite the original drafted bill, Mr. Deputy. What does it say? Mr. Deputy, in this session, as I pointed out, Mr. Deputy, in this session, Mr. Deputy, there have been 7 bills withdrawn and replaced in this session. 7 bills that this Parliament has withdrawn and replaced. At least. And so what we are saying today, on behalf of the women out there and the persons who have been subjected to violence, and on behalf of the groups that want this to be paused as we move on, is that every day we are making decisions in here to make something better, but yet the government has still decided to move on with it, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I will read into the record as well the most updated press release from Women United, Mr. Deputy. This isn't about the opposition or the government. If we are in fact saying that we are doing this for a group of persons, constituents, then we should make sure that they themselves are satisfied with the way that we are approaching it. We're not doing it for us. So this recent press release from Women United says the House of Assembly is set to begin debate on the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 on Thursday, July 27, 2023. This bill is not the bill that women's rights groups worked on for more than a decade. The bill we worked on and consented to was the gender-based violence bill. No, this is a new statement. This bill was replaced at the last minute with the Protection Against Violence bill. The new bill does not contain key provisions that would further help protect women and girls from violence. These provisions were in the gender-based violence bill. We call on the government to suspend debate on this bill and to present to Parliament a gender-based violence bill that so many Bahamian women worked hard on over the many years. The PAV bill is being given the rush treatment in the face of our demands for the passage of the GBV bill. Apart from specific concerns, none of us have had a chance to really study and appreciate what was removed from the gender-based violence bill and why it was removed. Meanwhile, this is the statement from Women United. Listen. Meanwhile, the GBV bill has been in draft form and consulted on for many years. We want the bill that we knew and that empowered NGOs more and with more autonomy than that is a GBV bill. Finally, for those that may have concerns about the use of the word gender, please note that in the GBV bill, gender is defined to mean male or female and the role individuals play in society as a result of their sex or status. Why is more than a decade of work being thrown down the drain and trimmed down bill being rushed through? Ask again, why is more than a decade of work being thrown down the drain and this trimmed down bill being rushed through? It is of note that in the preamble of the new bill, it states that among its purposes is to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties and for matters connected therewith. If that is the objective and concern ahead of WAM, which is the Commonwealth Women's Affairs Ministerial Meeting, then the objective can be fulfilled by immediate passage of the original bill, the GBV bill. Give us the GBV bill. Mr. Deputy, this is the original draft of which this statement refers to, and this is the present bill. Clear difference, Mr. Deputy. Clear difference, Mr. Deputy. 30-page difference. This is the bill that they want. And Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, this here, Mr. Deputy, is the National Task Force for Gender-Based Violence, right? Strategic Plan. Chairperson, Justice Ruby M. Nottage, retired, and Deputy Chairperson, Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson, and Dr. Robin Roberts. And this was done under the former Progressive Liberal Party government. Right? So, I intend to read the foreword of this strategic plan because, Mr. Deputy, this plan is in fact the precursor to the original drafted bill, Mr. Deputy. And so the foreword says, Mr. Deputy, in July 2012, the government agreed that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas should participate in the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, strengthening state accountability and community action for ending violence against women project, which has been implemented in some 10 countries in the Caribbean. It aims to end gender-based violence through strengthened and responsive state and civil action. In July 2013, the government of the Bahamas launched a national task force to oversee the development, implementation, and coordination of a national strategic plan to address gender-based violence. This document, the strategic plan to address gender-based violence in the Bahamas, represents a blending of these two initiatives and is a testament to the commitment, dedication, and voluntarism of a small group of persons who make up the National Task Force. It goes on that the document clearly defines gender-based violence and the scope and depth of the problem. It provides the rationale and approach of the development of a national strategy to address gender-based violence, lays out the structure of a GBV authority, and lists 10 programs, Mr. Deputy, to be addressed in the first year of the establishment of the GBV authority. This landmark report will serve as a major resource for many in the Bahamas as well as regional and international entities. It was very well received by the Cabinet of the Bahamas, and expectations are high for its early implementation and the positive impact that it will have in addressing gender-based violence in the Bahamas. Signed, the Honorable Melanie S. Griffin, MP, Minister of Social Services and Community Development, July 6, 2015. So, Mr. Deputy, this here, under the former PLP government, again, was the precursor for the drafting of this bill in which all of the women groups are concerned about and wish to be brought to this parliament. Mr. Deputy, this original bill comes from the womb, has been said, of civil society. And it's been soaked, Mr. Deputy, it has been soaked by the cries, the tears of many victims of crime, particularly women and young girls, the vulnerabilities, the struggles, the despair. And all they are asking for, not the opposition, Mr. Deputy, please, Mr. Deputy, thank you.
Order, members.
All they are asking for, not the opposition, not the Free National Movement, the people that are on the front line feel as though that they are not being heard. That is the reality. 6 people? Okay. So the government, Mr. Deputy, is discounting the voices and the concerns and the considerations of the people that matter most.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand, Bahamas and Bimini.
But we're not discounting any voice. All the voices have been heard. That's why we're here today.
But that's not true.
And this is over the
That's not
10-year
true.
period. That's why all the voices have been heard today. That's why we're
is not
here
true.
today. And we have discussed this and other issues, and that's why we are here today. So no one is being discounted.
Thank you, honourable member.
Mr. Deputy, as I said, this is not about this member. This is not about the opposition. This is not about the government. This is about the concerns expressed by important stakeholders, Mr. Deputy. Important stakeholders. And Mr. Deputy, you know, I talked about this parliament having withdrawn bills to make them better. And you know, most recently, and this is what, quite honestly and humbly, the Bahamian people think about, for example. Right? In the middle of the budget debate, as we talked about the many issues and the amount of taxes affecting the Bahamian people, you remember when we were having that debate?
Of course.
Right? Carnival president hoping for delay in departure tax increase.
Brakes
Okay.
on.
That was June 19th, 2023. In the middle of the most important debate
Yes.
that we take part in as a country, the budget, right? Carnival president hoping for delay.
Brakes.
When the Bahamian people were pleading for the government to take the taxes off of us, Carnival president hoping for delay in departure tax increase. That was June 19, 2023. June 23, 2023, to appease Carnival, right? To make a change, right? In some legislative movement to slow it down, same thing that these groups are asking for. Deputy Prime Minister, cruise tax adjustment delayed to January 2024.
Brakes.
So the government put on the legislative brakes
Yes.
on the implementation of taxes. On the implementation of taxes, the government put on brakes to satisfy a strategic partner.
Yes.
And actually, you know, I noted.
Yes.
I noted. The Deputy Prime Minister said that they being Carnival Cruise Lines, they have made certain representations. We've taken those into consideration.
Yes.
So the women groups have made certain representations that they're asking the government in this parliament to take into consideration. He further states, the Deputy Prime Minister does, I don't have anything else to say at this point except that they are important partners. As all of our stakeholders in the cruise business. As all the stakeholders in the cruise business. The point I'm just making, Mr. Deputy, is that this parliament and the government has the ability to fast forward legislation As I've said before in past debates, particularly those that relate to the financial services industry, we come in here very, very quickly and make adjustments.
Yes, yes,
So the point is, it can be done.
yes.
It can be done.
Yes.
And the women and young girls of this country, they are asking for the government to just slow down. Slow down. That's what they're asking the government. It is not us. It is not us. It is not us. We are simply emphasizing what these groups have asked for. Mr. Deputy,
They could do this in literally a couple of days.
Mr. Deputy, what is the rush? What is the rush? As I said earlier, what I said earlier, Mr. Deputy, right? There is a sense of urgency, but we should not allow the sense of urgency to diminish in getting it right. And that's what we are asking on behalf of many of the victims out there, all right, to get it right. They want us to get it right, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, you know, a very strategic look at some of the things that, some of the concerns, and there are many, okay? There are many differences in this draft 2016 and this present bill, Mr. Deputy. One of the things that
We work for the people, we don't work for ourselves. You should talk to the people. That's what we're telling you. Why to talk to the people? Many of them haven't even met the minister with responsibilities for the sector this bill is coming from. You and the PM were sent on assignment. Even the minister didn't bring the bill.
one of the things that
What a
has
minister
been,
said. Could you imagine that?
one of the things
What the
that has
minister-
been
what the minister
omitted,
said?
Mr. Deputy,
They chose
is
a litigator now.
in this draft
To bring it.
a relief from certain taxes and duties, Mr. Deputy. Also, there's a number of concerns that
No deal.
the increase of bureaucracy and the power given to the minister as opposed to fortifying the NGOs and their ability to bring the necessary relief to victims in a way that they know how. And there are a number of issues that other members of the opposition, including the leader of the opposition, will talk about. Why are we rushing this? Why don't we slow it down to make the changes that need to happen? Mr. Deputy, you know, we know that the violence in our society is something that we all abhor and hate, and that we've been dealing with for a long, long time. Just the other day, an elderly woman was raped. An elderly woman was raped. And I am not about to say, obviously everybody is outraged. Everybody is outraged by that. Little girls being raped. Outraged. Everybody should be outraged, and we are outraged. And even when the discussion is out there, about question of leniency and the severity of prison time and so forth, the vast majority of Bahamians feel that it's time for us to rectify the issue, but to do it in the right way and in the proper way that brings justice, real justice to the many victims of violence here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I do want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the presence of Ms. Gibson, who's the head of FOAM, and we know all of the great work that you and your team have been doing for the last 10+ years. We continue to salute you and all of those persons on the front line of this issue that continues to take away from our families, to take away from the vulnerable in our society. We have an opportunity to do it right. And all is being asked of the government is to just put on the brakes, to slow down, just as the government has delayed on many other things, to make it right. To make it right. This isn't about being first, this is about making it right, Mr. Deputy. And Mr. Deputy, as I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, as I take my seat, I hear the members, though not on their feet, I hear the members try to make this about the opposition, to make this about the opposition. I wish that the government would reach out to the many women groups. And you know something, Mr. Deputy? You know what's interesting? Mr. Deputy? In this objects and reasons, right? In this objects and reasons, Mr. Deputy, I know something very peculiar, not peculiar, but very interesting. It says that this bill also seeks, this present bill, also seeks to fulfill the various obligations of the Bahamas under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1981, CEDAW, and the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, 1994. Mr. Deputy, included, Mr. Deputy, in those that have endorsed, it says endorsed organizations and individuals who signed on to the press release that I just read, where they cited, similarly, right, it is of note that in the preamble of the new bill, it states that among its purposes is to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties and for matters connected therewith. If that is the objective and concern ahead of WAM, then the objective can be fulfilled by the immediate passage of the original bill. And one of the parties concerned in signing this, Mr. Deputy, is on the committee of CEDAW. The point is that the government is making the case that this particular bill meets all of the international obligations, but yet persons who represent the international organizations that the government has cited in its bill has said to the government to slow down. Mr. Deputy. So, no matter how you look at it, Mr. Deputy, there's enough justifiable reason for the government to slow down and make it right. Mr. Deputy, as I take my seat, Mr. Deputy, my heart and my prayers go out to the thousands of Bahamian families who have been impacted by any form of violence in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. There is no doubt that the women and girls of our country deserve as much protection, better protection, and better shelter, Mr. Deputy. And the only analogy I would use in this regard, although as you go along, you try to make a shelter better, in some cases, having a shelter with holes is no shelter at all. So we must do our best to get it right, as opposed to saying something was done. Let it be done correctly and most importantly, to the satisfaction of those that we say we are doing it for, who have expressed concerns. This isn't for our own ego. This isn't for the government's own ego. This is for those victims. And the persons that represent them on the front line. And those persons have said, wait, we need to talk some more to get it right. Mr. Deputy, thank you so much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I'll name them for you.
As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marathon.
Mr. Deputy. Good afternoon. I rise on behalf of the great constituents of Marathon. And Mr. Deputy, before I get into the debate, I would truly like to say that the GBV bill and the bill that is before us, there is no great disparity. And certainly, there was consultation. Persons had the opportunity to speak on the bill. And in no way, Mr. Deputy, does this bill diminish the way we see women or the protection that we seek to provide for women. And of course, if it's only the name within itself that's causing the argument, then I would say that's a great shame to our country because of what's going on. And of course, Mr. Deputy, I would say that I am inspired and comforted by what I would describe as the spirit of the Protection Against Violence Bill. This is a strategic bill that is penned with the ink of compassion, sensitivity, and justice for victims. The Protection Against Violence Bill is comprehensive and it's holistic in its approach. This is just not a piece of legislation. It is a beacon of hope for those who have suffered at the hands of violence, a testament to our commitment to a safer and a more compassionate society. Deputy Speaker, domestic violence can be a very complex issue. I acknowledge that there are leaders who believe that the previous draft may have been more effective. And I stand to say that we have made every effort to include the informed views and the perspectives from a broad cross-section of advocates. Those advocates I would refer to very shortly. Deputy Speaker, it is my humble opinion that the Protection Against Violence Bill is very encompassing. I will even step out on the limb to say that I would not be surprised if this bill would not become a model bill for the Caribbean. Yes. Deputy Speaker, I always believe that in order for an individual to understand a bill, there are a few questions that first must be answered. And while the good member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, and the good member for Freetown made it clear to those in here and to the viewing public, they went through the bill, they talk about the key components. So I would not regurgitate that. But what I would do is to give a demonstration and an understanding to what we call in law, the man on the omnibus. That's the man and the woman underneath the bridge. That's the woman from East Street. That's the woman or man from Union Village. Those from Fleabag Alley. Even those out west. This here, what I'm about to explain, is for the common man to understand. And the common man wants to know, what in this? And the first question being, why was this bill created? Or in other words, what are the objectives of this bill? The objective of the bill is laid out in Section 3, and it's a three-tied approach. The first being, it provides for a national strategy to prevent and respond to the occurrence of violence. It also protects victims of violence. It does so by promoting a strong multidisciplinary community and services for the comprehensive management of victims and offenders. Deputy Speaker, while we must promote and insist on a no-tolerance appetite for violence, I am encouraged by the bill, also which includes the management of offenders. as families, communities, and as a nation. We have the responsibility and the opportunity to conquer generational abuse. Deputy Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. And I submit that a starting point is to restore and strengthen respect for one another. Before coming here, what I did was spoke with many of the advocates and finding their view. Notwithstanding, our colleagues opposite said that we did no consultation, nothing. And all the groups disagree. Well, I beg to differ. Deputy Speaker, the chair of the Caribbean Women in Leadership.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, the member misrepresented that this side said that there was no consultation. We said explicitly there was insufficient consultation and no less than a press release now too from more than 6 women's groups and other advocates who participated for more than 10 years in drafting what many of the Johnny and Susie Come Lately are presenting in the House. They are saying that they have not been sufficiently consulted. So it is untrue that the opposition said there's no consultation.
Thank you,
Johnny
honourable
and
member.
Susie.
Deputy Speaker, the chair of the Caribbean Women in Leadership, Bahamas National Chapter, Mrs. Charlene Paul. And this is for the young adults and those at home to see Mrs. Charlene Paul, who is not a Johnny Come Lately, and who have not just started advocating for the rights of women in this country. Points to the viewpoint, and she quote, "Women are being disrespected and violated at an endemic levels, with the Bahamas leading the Caribbean in the rate of rape per capita, and almost 9 times the world's average. And the effects of such acts on our homes, our children, our communities, our healthcare and welfare systems. We can no longer afford to turn a blind eye to violence against women in any place where it exists." In her statement, Mrs. Paul, with an even stronger voice, declares, "Any sexual violence of sexual intimacy must be condemned by the strongest means possible. And we must do all in our power to protect the weak, the vulnerable, and the oppressed." The Protection Against Violence Bill is intended to achieve these goals. End of quote. What is your objection now? What is it?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
The press release that we just, the second press release we just referenced includes the Caribbean Women in Leadership. That's the organization you just referenced? Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's one of the organizations that is protesting this government not consulting sufficiently. So I just want to just mention that organization that you referred to is one of the organizations saying that you ought to have a conversation with them. Have a conversation with them. That's fine.
Thank you, honourable member.
Right here, as one of the groups of protesters.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, a second objective of the Protection Against Violence Bill is to implement a system of information gathering for the purpose of generating reliable statistics in instances where violence in domestic relationships results in death, to improve our information gathering and to generate more reliable statistics. Deputy Speaker, statistics gathering is important because accurate numbers will tell us much more about what we need to know. Statistics, for example, can provide a more detailed profile of victims and offenders. Deputy Speaker, the president and the founder of Women United in Prayer, Mrs. Brenda Pinder. No, Johnny, come lately here. Young people, Women United in Prayer. That's a different group from what you mentioned. Yeah. Has contributed to my presentation today. Her support for data gathering is clearly influenced by the alarming increase in gender-based violence. In speaking directly to gender-based violence, Mrs. Pinder said, in any form, it is harmful to mental, physical, and financial health. It interferes with personal development, value of self, quality of life, respect for the sanctity and dignity of the lives of others, as well as how one relates in relationship to responsibility, trust, and power. Deputy Speaker, Ms. Pinder continues by linking poverty to violence. Poverty, she said, is a risk factor associated with gender-based violence, which also often intersects with and reinforces gender inequality. Mrs. Pinder goes on to say that one of the most persistent findings is that murders, like other crimes of a violent and predatory nature, are strongly associated with social inequality and poverty. She purports that a key barrier for women is the lack of access to capital for potential entrepreneurs. In other words, Deputy Speaker, Ms. Pinder is suggesting, and I agree, that we must ensure women are economically empowered to help deter the incidences of violence in our homes. Deputy Speaker, women's access to capital is important for social welfare as well as our economy. Entrepreneurship plays a vital role in creating opportunities for thousands of Bahamians. Therefore, it is imperative to understand and change our current system, which deprives citizens of their rights to thrive, to prosper, and to participate in the socio-economic development of our nation. Deputy Speaker, Mrs. Pinder also points to the fact that a society with high levels of inequality is more likely to suffer from lower growth, higher crime, poor health, and generally its people are less happy, which leads to increased gender-based violence. Deputy Speaker, I have been around long enough to witness and know of cases where victims have been scorned and are made to feel that they are the fault for the abuse. It is a part of the insidious evidence that is inequality. It undermines the dignity of the victim, male or female, and deeply wounds self-esteem. And Deputy Speaker, the last purpose for the creation of the bill is to provide for compliance with regional and international human rights treaty obligations. The next important question, one who wants to know about this bill, or should it be enacted, or why it is important, would ask, how does this bill benefit me? How does it benefit you? You being the victim, man, woman, boy, or girl, defender, and community groups. How does it benefit you? Deputy Speaker, how does it benefit the victim? The victim has an option to either report the matter to the police or report it to the commission, who, of course, would then report it to the police. This is a beautiful option. Why? Because most victims feel alienated when they only have the option of going to the police. They feel as if they are living the entire story all over again. What this bill does is that it will allow for care and support services. One support service that stands out is that the victim would be cared for and examined by a specific medical practitioner assigned by the commission. The victims will have the comfort and care also of being placed in safe houses with their children, given counseling, granted legal assistance, so that they would understand what is needed of them in seeing the complaint follow through. That is, they would be assisted in knowing the court processes, which makes them feel comfortable in an uncomfortable circumstance. Deputy Speaker, the offender too is cared for in that when a person is convicted of an offense, the court will allow for that individual to undergo psychiatric treatment. Oftentimes we think serving jail sentence is sufficient, and certainly it is not. Deputy Speaker, the Commission will partner with community groups to offer safe houses and proper care to victims. This includes all non-governmental organizations, such as Zonta, Women United in Prayer, FOAM, Links, just to name a few. Deputy Speaker, I was also able to glean from one of our esteemed former, or I call retired permanent secretary, Mrs. Leela Green, who's also not a Johnny-come-lately. Mrs. Leela Green, who has sacrificed and diligently served with excellence in the civil service and is, in my view, an unsung hero. She has highlighted sections of the bill succinctly. Deputy Speaker, my heart rejoiced when I read her contribution. Deputy Speaker, she is a voice of experience in the social services sector. Here is what she documents. The Protection Against Violence Bill demonstrates the government's commitment in protecting women as to victims of violence and sexual assault. Mrs. Leela Green opined, the bill is multifaceted and provides for key ministries and departments to be engaged in the vital work of protecting our women and children. The bill makes it clear that the Ministry of Education, Health and Wellness, National Security, Social Services, the police, the media, and civil society all have a role to play in combating violence in our society. Deputy Speaker, she further adds that the bill seeks to deal with a fundamental challenge facing women who are the targets of violence and who, for many, are unable to find a way out, and that problem or challenge is one of alternative housing for herself and her children. The bill in Part 29 provides, in carrying out the obligation under the Act, the Commission shall partner with community organizations to provide appropriate premises and to offer safe houses and shelters. End of quote. Deputy Speaker, another important question. One may ask, who oversees the entire processes involving victims? Who is the managing arm of this? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the managing arm is the establishment of the Commission. This Commission will address the root causes of gender-based violence. Mrs. Green expressed that the Commission's mandate is to ensure victims are treated with compassion and dignity. Victims will have access to justice and prompt redress. Measures will be taken to eliminate violence against women and children. Programs and policies are being designed to be gender-sensitive, equitable, and lead towards gender equality and positive transformation of gender relations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ms. Green truly believes, and I am in full agreement with her when she said, that the bill is the thrust to strengthen institutional capacity to deal with this national problem. The appointment of a Protection Against Violence Commission, a Protection Against Violence Secretariat, a fundraising foundation, and the establishment of a Federation of Community Organizations Against Violence all work with relevant ministries and departments will put in place a strong and meaningful support for our victims. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another serious question to ask is, how will those involved know what to do when faced with these matters? Who are those? Our stakeholders. Mrs. Green agrees that in many areas of life, education and training is essential. The bill itself reflects this notion. All persons engaged in this work will receive appropriate training. Members of the judiciary, the police, the counselors, the psychologists, and the legal officers, all of them will be trained in knowing how to deal with persons who have been stricken by violence. Deputy Speaker, I stand in agreement when Mrs. Green suggested that the piece of legislation is comprehensive in scope and designed to bring relief and support to those in need and will go a long way in eradicating the scourge from our country. Deputy Speaker, the Word of God says, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. And I did just that. I consulted with men and women in our society who are advocates against gender-based violence. Apostle Brenda Pratt, who is also not a Johnny-come-lately, the national coordinator of the Bahamas, manning the gates, made a submission to this communication about the source of equality. She said, open quote, according to the Word of God, in the beginning God created both male and female in his image and likeness, which indicates that females are highly valuable and are not to be treated or handled as property or lesser in creation. Deputy Speaker, Apostle Pratt further adds that women are not to be abused, traded, or sold, but rather we are to be valued and treated as virtuous, equal human beings who are to be respected by their male spouses and counterparts. Apostle Brenda, as I called her, made this appeal. Let's stop the violence and appreciate the value in the women and young girls of our nation. End of quote. Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I now turn my remarks to my honorable colleague, the great member from West End and Bimini. Be encouraged. Some of the most respected advocates, males and females, are supporting this bill. Yes. The president of the civil society, yes, Dr. Anthony Hamilton, commends you, Minister Wilchcombe, and he indicated some of his recommendations. Deputy Speaker, Dr. Hamilton writes, the government's commitment to deal practically and comprehensively with the scourge in the Bahamian society, represented by this draft legislation, is to be highly recommended. Mr. Hamilton sees the vision, and he ran with it. He further commends Clause 12, subsections A and B of Part 3, which recognizes the significant contribution of the civil society sector with grants and technical assistance. He was happy for that portion in the legislation. Deputy Speaker, Dr. Hamilton expressed the hope that the civil society sector, which is often the closest and potentially most empathetic to the victims of violence on all forms. He also expressed that he hopes that civil society will be a trusted voice to ensure maximum impact. Hence, minimum unintended consequences, such as negative exploitation of the impact desired from the proposed National Strategic Plan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we all agree in this world to everything, this world would be boring and unchanged and not challenged. I respect even the opposing views as expressed by Dr. Hamilton regarding the bill. In his view, he said there is a glaring omission from the bill. And he stated, Given the seriousness of the goal of the bill and the reminder of national fundamentals represented by this unique Jubilee year, Part 2, which deals with compliance to regional and international obligations of the bill, he says the bill should also reference the preamble of the Constitution of the Bahamas for guaranteed, sustainable solutions to the scourge of violence. But he never said, don't pass this bill. Dr. Hamilton concluded by saying, the draft bill appears to represent a holistic, practical, and relevant approach as a critical tool for national healing. Deputy Speaker, there has been much talk about the government moving slow with enacting bills that protect women, men, and children from violence. Many think that is because of our lack thereof, crime continues to escalate. Well, the delay is over, and the advocates are not allowing us to drag our feet. Instead, Marissa Mason-Smith, Zonta United Nations Chair Representatives for the Bahamas District 11, who is not a Johnny-come-lately, expressed that as advocates and partners with other NGOs, we must continue to keep government feet to the fire as we seek to eliminate and eradicate violence in all forms. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and now I turn to Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis, the Office of the Spouse of the Prime Minister. On April 19, 2023, she expressed her outrage at the recent escalation in gender-based violence against our women and girls. She further adds, as a society, we must change course if we hope to build a strong, stable, safe, and secure society to pass on to future generations. Well, Mrs. Davis, if you are watching, we are now attempting to change the course by debating this bill with the view of enacting it and bringing change to the society. Deputy Speaker, every victim deserves our unwavering support, regardless of our background, our political persuasion, and our circumstances. Furthermore, this bill will emphasize the importance of research, data collection, which will inform us of our future efforts in combating crime and violence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say, Mrs. Candy Gibson, who is in the gallery, I thank you so much for being here. She's always on the ground and the fight, not only for women, but for men and everybody. I applaud you for your efforts. And we have some persons who are here who came along, which I will point to in a minute. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want the nation to know that passing this bill will send a clear message to our constituents, to this nation, that a message of compassion, solidarity, and unwavering commitment to the safety and the well-being of every individual in our society. This is not in any way intended to harm anyone, but this act is for everyone, not just women, but it's spread across. It's for males, females, child, boy, girl, everyone. We say, or the opposite side say, that we are rushing. What is the rush? It's no rush. But let me tell you what it is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and just in case we forget, because we tend to forget as human beings. There are many persons who lost their lives to violence. He said it right. This ain't about us. It's about them. The victims, the families of the victims, the children left behind. This is about them. We have to remove our emotions, what we think and what we feel. What about them? And I would want to remind the public, Ms. Jackie Moxie, in 2005, lost her life. I want you, when you think about, should I do this now or do this later? Does this make sense in doing this bill? Think of these people. Miss Shande Cartwright, 2010, her 16-year-old daughter sits in the gallery. Ashante Pratt, she was 3 years old when her mother was killed. That same beautiful little girl right there. How do you think she feels? We doing this for her. Onika Johnson in 2011. She was killed. Her cousin Tanya Storr is here just to represent her. She's happy. Yes. She's happy. She's actually fighting for the next woman who's out there, who we don't know about is being abused. She's here. Teacher Denise Adley in 2011. Mrs. Nellie Brown Cox in 2011. Mrs. Alex McKenzie in 2011. Mrs. Yvonne Adley in 2011. Mrs. Courtney McKenzie in 2011. Mrs. Anthony Cunt in 2012. Miss Kathleen Brave in 2012. Miss Shianda Newton in 2012. Miss Tracy Roll in 2013. Miss Veronique Berry and a 14-year-old Dora Indira Forbes in 2013. Miss Alexis Smith, what about her in 2014? Miss Ariel Lowe in 2015. Mrs. Noisha Adley in 2015. Latovia DeVoe Vincent in 2015. Her mom is represented here. That was her only child, Nyoka Price. And Latovia Vincent left 3 little kids that the mom have to take care of. This bill is for them, not us. Teacher Marisha Bowen, 2018. Miss Monette Darville, 2019. Miss Avisha Richards, 2018. Miss Alicia Sawyer and her 8-year-old daughter, 2020. Mrs. Jilny Flamer, 2021. Mrs. Angelita Pritchard, 2021. Miss Lakeisha Maki, 2021. Mrs. Heavenly Trevis, 2022. Miss Patrice Sawyer, 2022. Miss Allison Thompson and her 14-year-old daughter, 2023. Miss Unica Strawn, 2023. And you could tell me we rushing? We take too long. We take long. We take long. We take long. We take long.
Tell him. There's no point on that. You said what you said. You can't take it back. You can't take it back.
Oh my God.
You said what you said. You
I
can't
can't.
take it back. You can't take it back. You said what you said. You can't take it back. You said what you said. You can't take it back.
Order, honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
You can try to take it back now.
Just to be clear for the Bahamian public. No. Deputy, you've recognized me. Mr. Deputy, you've recognized me. Can you tell them, please? All right, thank you. The chair's Mr. Deputy, you have recognized me.
Honorable members.
Listen. You're not in that chair. You're not in that chair.
Yeah, honorable member.
You've spoken, right?
Yeah, you got to speak.
The deputy speaker has spoken. You're not in that chair. Mr. Deputy.
Yeah.
You recognize me, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable members, order.
You recognize me, Mr.
Yeah,
Deputy.
the chair but you're talking to them. Time
No,
going.
Mr. Deputy, I'm talking to you.
Okay,
Mr.
the
Deputy,
chair
you recognize me.
Yes.
2 members are on their feet. I was up first.
The chair recognizes
Thank
the
you.
honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, all I just wish to say is that the honorable member said that the opposition has said to slow this down. Hold on, Mr. Deputy. The honorable member did not qualify that we have said, that we have expressed what a number of women rights groups have said. That's all we are doing. That's all. No, Mr. Deputy, hold on, Mr. Deputy. And in an iteration, we are just as concerned. All of us are concerned. We just believe, Mr. Deputy, as the women groups have said, We want to make sure that it is right, done right. That's all it is, Mr. Deputy. That's all we are saying. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you, Honourable
Deputy.
Member. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marathon. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
This must be forgetting. The rules. The rules, once you quote from the letter that you read, you've adopted those words. You've adopted the statements. So they are your words now. They're your words. They're your words.
The chair, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marathon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was the list of women. Now, the men who died by way of domestic violence. And this is Mrs. Gibson from Form, right? She'd been in contact, not a Johnny-come-lately, been in contact with these individuals. So this bill, we cry out. I crying out for them. Mr. Dean Archer, 2006, dead. Mr. Leonard Block, 2010, dead. Mr. Aldine Gibson Jr., 2012, is dead. Mr. Wayne Seymour, 2015, is dead. Mr. Andrew Mackey, 2016, is dead. Mr. Leslin Minnis, 2021, is dead due to domestic violence. May the souls of the beloveds, all of them, rest in peace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to leave just this little caption for the viewer, for the woman who is suffering abuse in silence, afraid, want to come forward, scared, don't know if she's going to be helped and how she's going to be helped. One, what in this for you? You will be given a care package. Two, you will be given legal support to help you navigate through the process without being unfamiliar of what to do. Three, you will be handled by trained individuals who will be mandated to cover your information and your identity to the strictest confidentiality. Four, you will not be confused as to what must I do next if you are faced with this. All your concerns will be dealt with under one umbrella. Five, you do not have to worry, where would I live and what will I eat? This is the care package that will be handed to you. Help and hope is here. We are not trying to take something from you, but we are trying to give something to you. And I leave with this question to the opposition. And by all means, I respect those who have opposing views. Everybody have a right to their opinion. But I want to say, who fights against peace? I have never seen it. And to me, I call this bill the Peace Act. That's what I call this. And I say, don't fight against peace. That's what this is to bring. Peace in our homes, peace in our country, peace in our nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Marathon supports this bill.
Well done. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many,
I'm preaching on.
There first, opposition.
as many. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I thank God for this opportunity to once again be in the Parliament of the Bahamas to lend my voice to support not only the residents of Marco City who has given me this rare privilege, but Bahamians everywhere. Mr. Deputy, for the vast majority of my life, I lived in Angliston, at least 5 or 6 corners. I should pause and try to figure out all of them, but I can tell you it was Key West Street, Jenny Street, Washington Street, 7th Street, Coconut Grove Avenue, Florida Court. I lived in Yellow Elder. My mother still lives there. Malvern Road, 2 different places over the course of my life in Yellow Elder. I lived in Fox Hill, Step Street, for 12 years. I've lived the vast majority of my life over the hill. So I don't seek to pull information from a distant history of living in the communities where carnage has been happening in our homes, in our schools, and on our streets. I've been on the scene of many murders and have worked with, counseled, assisted, been counseled by families who have been victim of murder and mothers who were grieving for their children that were perpetrators. I myself, before I knew myself, lost 2 brothers to murder. Just a few weeks ago, a nephew, numerous relatives, friends, people who are dear to me. All of us have lost loved ones. And we come to this place and we talk about measures we are taking to transform the human condition and the physical environment that often feed the social conditions that lead to murder, to rape, to crimes that some people would say was done out of necessity. I believe I have a fairly good sense of that, and I believe there is a shared commitment for us to deal with these issues. So for any side, to seek in supporting the initiative that they have in mind, to seek to characterize others as not understanding or caring, it's not only most unfortunate, it's sad. And so yes, when I hear names of persons who've perished or meet relatives who cry, my heart grieves too. Been there. 10 funerals every weekend. Unnecessary bloodshed in our homes, in our streets, in our schools. The real question today is, are we taking the best pathway in order to remedy this condition that is now endemic? It is consistent. It is chronic in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I submit to you that those persons who fight on the front line every day are the persons who are most qualified to advise us on what they believe are the best measures to take. And so the case our deputy made had nothing to do with wanting you to stop. We have in fact chastised you for not moving with the sense of urgency on any number of matters. In fact, while in opposition, sitting right over there, we chastised our own government as we looked at a spirit of arrogance that was setting in and the lack of a sense of urgency on some matters that we thought were critical. Clearly, your side has not observed us well enough to avoid the pitfalls. So as we call names, I grieve for those families. But many of the persons who have been on the front line, they are saying, we spent over 10 years constructing a bill that we have a view that it's going to make a difference, that non-governmental organizations, that means people who don't work for government, will have a prominent place in the decision-making, in creating a network of persons who could make serious decisions around what programs, what projects, and what policies and legislation may work. And that their concern is when they look at the bill, they see a government that is grabbing, that is reconfiguring a bill to give more power unto the minister versus the individuals from civil society who can do it better. Candy is here. The reality is we've hired some folks to do some things over time that the Candy Gibsons, that the Brenda Pratts, that the Charlene Pauls, that the Sandra Dean Patterson, that Pedestrian, all the others, the work that they've been doing without compensation. And the reason we are close to them, the reason the policymaker seeks to get to know them is because they're filling a gap governments, successive governments, have not been able to fulfill. And any piece of legislation that does not empower them far more than they are empowered, but seeks to co-opt them into an inefficient and ineffective system, does not serve their interests and the interests of reaching the sufferers to change the condition in this country. So when Seawall indicates that they don't support this bill in its present form, it is not a diss of government. It is simply saying, we have worked long before you were elected, me and you. And the configuration of the bill does not reflect the collective genius and struggle of all of us. And we wish for all of the days and the nights and the decades of work to be reflected in a comprehensive bill. And this is not it. So we fight not against the bill. Would it take us maybe marginally closer? We welcome that. We support any step in the right direction, but don't make us feel as if we have to accept this because we believe this is the best option for the transformation of our people's life, because it is not. And the stakeholders who have been most pivotal in this struggle while we were doing other things, they say, and the moment you get opposition where people are saying, they're not telling you wait 1 year now, 6 years from now, 3 months from now. When I spoke to the Prime Minister this morning, I said, Prime Minister, you may want to pause. Just call the groups together to hear what that argument is. What is missing? That could be a week. We could be back in this place as we have come back in this place to pass or complete any number of pieces of legislation that we have parked in committee. So don't make this more than what it is. We are simply saying, if you have key stakeholders, Sandra Dean, I heard her name invoked today. I spoke to her today. And it certainly, her message wasn't consistent in my view with what I heard. In fact, we had an opportunity today, with a simple phone call and a Zoom link to talk to those women who have been on the front lines for a long, long time. Oh, I'm sorry, I've been doing this my whole life. That's why at 90, let me explain. The member for Angliston is saying, I waited a long time to talk to these stakeholders. At the age of 19, as a student at the College of the Bahamas, I was the one young person on the platform alongside Sandra Dean Patterson, Alison Maynard Gibson, calling for stiffer penalties for rape offenders, talking to, I believe, maybe 10,000 Bahamians. I was with young guys from Southland Church of God, talking about drunk drivers and the need for us to find a way to reach them. I was a teenager, fighting the good fight. So I'm not new to struggle. I didn't suddenly wake up and realize that Parliament was another thing on a bucket list that I needed to take. I've been living this life. I've been about this business. And so Seawall supports all that you said, all of the objectives to save the lives of our people. And so does the eminently qualified Charlene Paul. But when you called her for a quote about the urgency of fighting crime, not as an endorsement of the bill in its present form. And others on that list, you did the same. You wanted a quote, and I agree with you. We want powerful voices to lend support to the bill, but we should not give the impression that the bill before us, that it was this bill that they were supporting. Because as a member of that organization, it was this strategic plan and this bill that they prefer.
Not the one that's paid.
Not the one that's held up as the standard by which we should make a decision. And would they vote for it? I believe, honestly, and it's for many of them, they would say, Jesus, this ain't what we want, but for a lot of them. But if that's all we could get, because what we want is movement, because we have stiff neck in this country, especially policymakers. But this is it. Endorsement and others' endorsement, many of whom you call, had nothing to do with this bill. Their choice of a bill is this. That's why we have their names or their organizations on this. That's the reality. So let's not overstate what we are doing. You could overstate it if you were in compliance with the stakeholders who wish to talk to you all in greater depth. Because the reality is, they haven't had consistent conversations with the policymakers in social services the way they would like. They haven't. In fact, the last symposium that you had, the facilitators who were there discussing this bill didn't even bring a copy of the bill with them. Did not bring a copy of the bill with them. So many of them haven't seen the bill in its entirety. Yes, they could have come to Parliament and got it. They could have probably gone online somewhere and find it. We don't know. But they did not see the bill. And so they were asking for a couple of days, maybe a week, just to look at it. They're the soldiers. They're the ones on the front line. They're in this fight. So if you could doubt us, if you want to doubt us, the same seminar, the bill was not there. The bill, it reads, Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, the Honorable Obadiah Wilscombe MP cordially invite all civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations to attend a consultative meeting on the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill. The bottom line is,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Edification. The truth is, Mr. Deputy, there are two bills being discussed. One was not there because it's not in the draft form yet. The other bill had been sent out to stakeholders, had been sent out weeks before to stakeholders, and there'd been a series of meetings with those individuals, with members of the gender division, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
the reality is the bill in question, Mr. Minister, yes, that we are debating, that bill was not there. That's okay. So you said you send it. So for example, but it was not at the meeting. It wasn't at the meeting to discuss the matters that we're discussing today. But let me go further. Let me help you, Mr. Minister. Let me go further. The president of the Christian Council, I believe you saw the articles. I could read it into the record and lay it. A major stakeholder. Again, with parishioners of tens of thousands. They too. See, having sent a thing, you call that output. Having sent a thing and follow up to make sure the person who you're sending it to got it and is considering it, that's outcome. The outcome isn't there. So you have some stakeholders who want to talk to you, who want to share their views because they are holding people's fate in many instances in the palm of their hands. And the point is, they're just simply saying, yeah, we haven't had a conversation about this matter. So don't seek to dismiss us as if we're not against progress. We committed to that. We don't want to We believe not to support anything that can alleviate the pain of our people would not put us on the right side of history. We want, like you, to save the lives and sanctity of the body and minds and emotions of our children and men and women in this country. And so the other thing is, you know what is interesting to me? Is that in the midst of these discussions, the way in which we approach it, you know, there's some elephants in the room. The one elephant in the room is we're talking about violence and gender-based violence. And we're talking about that. And any political organization and any individual could find themselves on the wrong side of accusations relative to violence. Whether it's emotional or mental cruelty, whether it's physical cruelty, whether it's sexual assault. And in our society, the reason we pass laws, the reasons we amend laws, is to make sure we are protecting all of our people, but most especially the most vulnerable among us. That's why certain terms are used in international, the Prime Minister called it nomenclature. There's certain labels, certain terms we use to make sure we protect the most vulnerable among us. That's why there was a specific reference to gender-based violence, because the approach you take in investigations, the approach you take in providing counseling, the approach you take in policy decisions is then informed by the terms, the name you use. And according to the non-governmental organizations locally and internationally, this bill has a problem in that the name itself makes your legislative approach, your policy approach, your programs, your projects, broad-based to affect all forms of violence, when the original intent was, since you cover a lot of other areas of violence, is to address the specific violence directed against vulnerable members of our community, women, girls, some category of men, children in general. And that is precisely why that among the professionals in this country, the frontline soldiers, that's precisely why they are of the view. They are of the view that in this bill, Protection Against Violence Bill 2023, objectives of the act, number three and C reads that this bill is compliance with regional and international human rights treaty obligations of the Bahamas. That's what was said to us today. They don't share that view. Does it mean the bill can't help someone somewhere? I'm sure some people could be helped. But it is not compliant. It is not compliant.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marathon.
Deputy Speaker, the member for Marco City is trying to create this picture as if the bill that is before us somehow diminish the protection and the care and the vision what was in mind, intended of the drafters of the GBV bill is not the same. I would say, I beg to differ. This bill encompasses, of course, everyone. And I would say I don't see anything wrong with it. And of course, there are many who don't. But to say that we moved away from a bill that focuses solely on women, the legislators, which is us, we've decided, and there was consultation, and of course, when he made the comment about Mrs. Sandra D. Patterson, I prefer to hear from Ms. Patterson myself before you make any conversation to say that she is not in agreement with this, okay? The Department of Gender and Family Affairs was in much talks with the Crisis Center. Trust me, many Zooms, many consultation, because that is the arena where most abused and persons who are stricken, that's the place where they run. This act now broadens it, and it adds more stakeholders, more civil society, more NGOs, more of those who were never a part can now be a part. And so you trying to create, to my mind, that there's an issue. You're having the Bahamian people to believe that we have moved away from the protection of women, and that is not so.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. That's actually not the objective. The objective is to say that the stakeholders who are indispensable, absolutely necessary to the work that your government seeks to carry out, that they are asking to have a conversation with you, that they are saying that the bill that you have is substantially, in significant ways, different. They're saying that the difference between this, your bill, let me find it, because this I may have given you a thicker paper. Let me do that. This bill and this one, they're different. And the difference does not have to do with the name, and the name is important. That's the point I was on before you got up. The name is important because when you invoke the term gender-based, once again, we are looking at vulnerable members of the community, and depending on the language, the nomenclature you use in international arenas that you seek to comply with, which is what's motivating you, they understand that language, and what flows out of that language is certain policies, certain legislation, certain programs, certain resources that can help us fight this fight, since government is inadequately funded in order to fight this fight. We have a full-time war, a bunch of part-time soldiers, under-resourced. And so we don't need a minister marshalling this. We already having problems with what's in our inventory right now to carry out. The likes of the Sandra Dane Patterson, et cetera, the Marion Bethels, the Charlene Pauls. Of course, they want us to move faster than we're moving in the right direction. That's precisely why they worked on things like this. This is their work, not what is it before the Parliament. That's not their work. What you've done is you've sought to extract from that, and I don't speak for them, they can speak for themselves. In fact, I have a document where they did speak for themselves. So I'm not trying to speak for them. I'm only saying that what you have is a variation on this bill. It's not the same bill. And to the point by Freetown, it's not a simple bill that you just, what's missing, let's amend it. No, that bill is a different bill. You'd have to repeal that bill. Not simple amendments, it's a different bill. And in international, you agree with that, Minister? It's a different bill, right? That's okay, that's okay. So when I left off before I was interrupted by saying that compliance with regional and international human rights treaty obligations, this bill does not accomplish that. Now, we are not the experts. We were prepared. We woke up this morning, we were locked and loaded to vote for this. We ain't fighting against anything that gonna fight the madness taking out our people. But we happen to have been in a meeting where we believe the foremost expert, who happens to be in a personal capacity working with a collective of brilliant women, much smarter than us, who said this isn't compliant. One indication it's not compliant. The very term gender-based that has been removed, and for those who are a little concerned about the gender, they're talking about originally male and female. So this ain't no sideways to work nothing new into the system. This ain't trying to determine if you need a he or she bathroom and then maybe a third one in the middle. No, they say originally, they're saying that failure to comply with internationally accepted terms that dictate how resources flow, how policies flow, it's missing in the bill. That's all. So we are facilitators as policymakers, We are here, yes, to cast vision, but we are also here to reflect the views of those for whom we work. We work for this public. And all those names and the pictures you showed, they predated us in doing work on this road, in trying to help our people. So when they pull my coattail and say, look, I have something to say, I stop, I pause, and humble myself. Because I wait for them. They know some things. And even if they are wrong in their consideration, they have earned the right to pull my coattail, because I am here as a result of going on their shoulders. And this administration is like your predecessors. You are losing sight of for whom you work. It could only be arrogance that could cause you to bully this through. When you used to pause and why you all carry on like this a new experience? We ask you to slow your roll. Talk to some folks who are important, who you have celebrated because of their genius and social commitment to our people. And all of a sudden you're like, man, okay, I come in here to do this. I doing this with you or without you. That's how you all roll this morning. So we're not here standing in the way of progress. We've been contributing to Bahamian progress for years. And that's why I gave a little bit of history, because I don't want one to all of a sudden tell a different story. We've been in this country fighting for our people. We love them just like you. And that's why we listen to a variety of voices. It's interesting, the bill was not moved by the Minister for Social Services or the Minister of State, moved by the Prime Minister. I suspect that's a part of the public relations exercise to say no less than the CEO of the country is fully committed. But he got bad advice. He got bad advice. And then you went to the closer, the litigator, the seconder, that maybe he could bring it home. But this is not just a law thing. This is a condition of the heart. This is about us being in touch with the infirmities of our people. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. And so today, I know it's painful, but get over it. I know it's painful, but get over it. And that's why you said self-serving and sarcastic. That's how I'm listening, speaking to me from a seat. And so no problems. That's exactly why you get stuck in the 90s, 60s, talking about the people I love too, like Frantz Fanon, and like it's not a point. What is the point of order?
The chair recognized the honourable member for Angliston.
What's the point of order?
Say, I get up.
What is the point of the rule? Say you get up and state the point of
Honourable
order.
members.
I listen.
The chair recognized the honourable member for Angliston.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy, the member asserted that I'm stuck in some era. First of all, you're talking about an issue that affects the women of this nation. Hold on, and I'm one of them.
It's not a point of order. What is the point of order?
I am one of them.
What is the point of order? I mean, what is the point of order?
Angliston,
Mr. Deputy,
I recognize
I'm wondering-
Angliston.
The question is, what is the point of order?
Marco City. Yes, I'm trying to explain. Who talks more than you in this house? Who talks more in this? No, not me. Not me. You talk a million words a minute. Let someone have a chance in this parliament. This is not your stage, sir. You speak for Marco City, I speak for Angliston. The member has accused me of being stuck in some era, which I find insulting and disrespectful. When I speak about a historical context, you might not agree, See, this saturation of sarcasm is obnoxious, Mr. Deputy, with no disrespect. It is obnoxious. It is disrespectful to members in this House. And I invite the member to make your arguments. Make your arguments, but we don't need anyone to come here in some condescending tone, as if you have some higher moral plane than anyone else. Yes. So do not talk about where I am fixed. Speak for yourself. You say you were 17. I've not finished. You say you were 17 on a stage and you've done this and you've done that. That's fine. But do not speak for me. Do not speak for me. You are not qualified to speak for me. I speak for myself. So you talking now about respect and all these different things? Show it in this parliament. Yeah, no, the sarcasm is sickening. It's sickening. It's disrespectful to members in this parliament. Stop it.
Thank you, honourable member.
It's ironic, and I mean, honestly, you've lifted my spirit today. You've lifted my spirit. The reason you've lifted my spirit is because for almost 2 years, I sat in this parliament listening to members seek to dismiss Marco City because I'm a writer, because I'm a poet. I've heard you take the arts and made the arts a bad thing in order to dismiss what I say and how I say it, and all of a sudden you catching feelings because I refer to a former You've done it. I never heard you take issue.
The chair recognized the Honorable
Take issue
Angleston.
with that.
I want the member to understand, ain't no one catching feelings in here. But I ain't gonna let you disrespect me or any other member. Just make your case. It's a simple matter of making your case. That's all you do. It's the sarcasm is sickening. Do not talk about where I'm fixed. Don't worry about who I am and where I am in my political life. The question is, where are you in yours, in your political organization? So take it easy now. Don't talk about, do not cast me in any particular light. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Let me say, Angleston, I mean no disrespect to you. 5 times you've served in the parliament. It is an incredible accomplishment. And in the 60s, I love France Fanon and Aimé Césaire and Leopold Senghor, the names that you invoke. And Redemption Song by Bob Marley is my favorite song. So I'm just saying, there's no sarcasm. So I accept, I'm making...
Yeah. The chair recognized the Honorable Member for Angleston.
The member is again seeking to be facetious, sarcastic, disrespectful, and to ridicule members of this House. And really, I don't think he should do that. Because we can all, yeah, no, that's what you're doing. You think you're clever in these things, but you're not. It is transparent, it is most evident. And I invite you, I can't tell you how to debate, you know. Make your point. We are talking about a very serious matter that involves violence, in particular against women in this country, and it would be very good if you sought to make the argument. You could do what you want now, but do not draw me into your debate and talk about where I am fixed and which redemption song and whatever else you seek to do to ridicule, to insult. It is transparent. No, Marcus City, it is transparent. You may think it's a class act, but it is transparent. And I invite you to make your debate. This is a serious debate.
You need to tell me that.
No, I need to tell you that.
You tell me that. You don't need to tell me.
I need to tell you that.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I would only say, physician, heal thyself, because when you give, you have to know how to take. Let me finish. I'm gonna transition for a moment. We are in the parliament talking about an issue that this government is unwilling, even when it comes close to home, to demonstrate how serious it is about addressing issues of violence. Same administration. We want the public to believe that we are committed and we are serious. But when it comes close to home, mums is the word from this administration. When it affects anyone associated with them. So one way to convince people that we are serious about the transformation of the country and the lives of our people, to manifest it when it comes home to roost. Whether it's with a vehicle or it's in a personal relationship. Demonstrate your commitment. Show how serious you are. We will talk about lecturing other people on seriousness. Show how serious you are. Show how serious you are. One rule for the rest of Bahamians and a different rule for the powerful and the mighty. One rule for the Progressive Liberal Party and a different rule for other people. Before I take my seat, I want to turn my attention to some BPL matters. Because this is one matter I just want to raise. How much time do I have left? 4 minutes. Just for 4 minutes. There was, in the last sitting of our Parliament, once again we expected we would hear from the Minister of Immigration on a very important matter. To date, we have not heard from the member
for Marco and the member for Angleston in the exchange just spoke of the serious nature of this debate, which speaks to the serious content of a bill that we have before us that deals with serious issues in our country. Mr. Deputy, again, I ask the chair to ensure that we remain relevant and we stay focused on the bill we are debating today and not allowed to be drift off.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. As I mentioned before, when we were here last,
Honorable Member.
one of the things, yes.
Yeah. Relevance. Because we still have, what, about 7, 8 more
Mr.
speakers?
Deputy, let me speak to the issue of relevance.
Okay.
Mr. Deputy, as a member of Parliament in this House, if I decide to transition from any subject to any subject, I'm entitled to comment on matters as I do so. I am speaking on this bill. But, Mr. Deputy, we expected, when we were here last, we heard the member for West End says, when we adjourn, we're adjourning for the summer. The same member, on his feet, said, we will have an opportunity to ask and have questions answered prior to us going on a break. But today, what we are hearing is that we are going to break for the summer. When we were in here, we expected to hear from the Minister of Labor and Immigration to comment on the many questions that we asked. And unfortunately, we have not heard from him, nor have we heard from the Prime Minister on very important matters of national security. So on the issue of the persons who were apprehended at British Columbia, when we talk, Mr. Deputy, about the issue of, Mr. Deputy, about the issue of sovereignty in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we're expecting the Prime Minister, we're expecting the member for Carmichael to lead the charge in being gatekeepers for the Bahamian people. And when you have public servants who are concerned about the future of their country and being given the latitude to execute their job, and I'm going to come to the point about being able to execute their job without fear and intimidation, it worries me that they are being harassed on the usual sites associated with the Progressive Liberal Party. Their names are being called, all manner of things are being said about them. And we're talking about gender-based violence. We're talking about prevention of violence. But yet we have no word from the leadership in this country about protecting public servants who are acting in the interests of this country. Instead, what we have are threats of lawsuit and punishment and rumors of transfers and being put on leave. So the point is, as we talk about the issue of violence and intimidation and verbal abuse and castigating persons and inflicting reputational damage, the government has to lead by example. And it cannot tolerate or facilitate Bahamian citizens in general, public servants in particular, being savaged. And that is what's happening. That's what's happening in the grapevine. That's what's happening in social media. So we have an opportunity against the backdrop of this legislation that is being discussed for the government to lead by example. And Mr. Deputy, that is not happening. I didn't hear it when Minister Bell gave a brief interview. I didn't see it in the press statement that came from a politician, but under the guise of coming from the Ministry of Immigration and Labor. I didn't hear it when the Prime Minister speak to make it absolutely clear that he supports, that if the allegations are correct, he supports whistleblowers. He supports solving the problem rather than spending all his time trying to figure out where the truth came from. What we should be after is the truth, not trying to figure out who pointed out to a public that some policymakers were being untruthful. With that, Marco City expresses grave concern that we have not paused to talk with the stakeholders about so important a provision. Whether you do it for a day, 2 days, 3 days, we could be back here, and by next week, we could pass the correct bill in order to give protection to women, men, girls, boys in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Darren.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Deputy Speaker and members of this honorable House, good afternoon. I rise representing the resilient people of Pine Ridge who have weathered many storms and made it possible for me to be here as their voice. I rise also giving thanks to the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for selecting me to be a part of his team as Minister for Grand Bahama to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize our nation. And I rise to give the highest recognition and thanks to the Almighty for providing me with this opportunity to follow my purpose and my passion to help people in need. I rise also in full support of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. And please, let's not get caught up in the politics. This is about the protection of women, the protection of girls, the protection of men, the protection of boys. And because of my excitement for this bill, I will say the full title: A Bill for an Act to Provide for the Protection of and Support for the Victims of Violence, to establish the Protection Against Violence Commission, to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties and for matters connected therewith. From the onset, Deputy Speaker, I hear the concerns. But this landmark bill marks a significant milestone for victims and families of victims throughout the Bahamas. It supports the commitment that this Davis Cooper administration made to the Bahamian people in our Blueprint for Change to safeguard the most vulnerable among us. And, Deputy Speaker, legislation is evolutionary. Not because it isn't perfect means we should delay it. Legislation is indeed evolutionary. This piece of legislation is rooted in our intent to create a safe, inclusive, and prosperous society for all inhabitants of the Bahamas. And at the core of it is our commitment to empower, protect, and support victims of violence. This is why we have taken decisive action to ensure the safety and dignity of our citizens. I believe that there's always room for improvement, but let's get on with it. Many victims and families of victims have been waiting for this moment. I would like to applaud the Office of the Attorney General, the members for West Grand Bahama and Bimini and Marathon, and teams at the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, in particular, the Department of Gender Affairs, the Ministry of National Security, and many others for their leadership on this important piece of legislation. We all know that the journey to this moment has not been an easy one. Violence has marred the lives of countless individuals across our nation. It is not just the physical act of violence that we combat today, it's the economic, emotional, and psychological trauma that continues to impact the lives of victims, families, and our communities. The bill goes beyond punitive measures to address these issues, offering comprehensive support for victims and committing to preventive strategies. Deputy Speaker, this bill has been a long time coming, and it speaks clearly to safeguarding the rights of victims of violence, particularly women. And for the first time in the history of our country, during our 50th year of independence, it is great to see that finally a comprehensive framework has been established that empowers victims, fulfills international obligations, establishes a commission, provides specialized services, ensures victims' rights, and all in an effort to create a safer Bahamas. Again, I am excited about this bill because it's been a long time coming, even for me. You see, Deputy Speaker, this Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge was a child who experienced violence up close and personal. But what I had then, I don't see it today. Back then, the popular and widely used African proverb, "It takes a village to raise a child," was real. Deputy Speaker, my father, Prince Edward Davis of Moores Island, Abaco, was stabbed to death in 1982 while shooting dice outside John Bain's bar in Seagrape, 8 Mile Rock. I was just 8 years old, but vividly recall that time. I also recall the care and attention of my mother, who had to take care of 4 kids on her own, 1 girl and 3 boys, but also the support of grandparents, aunts, and uncles, and the entire village of neighborhood that we called Beirut, also known as Martin Hill, 8 Mile Rock. At the cornerstone of my childhood, there was a community that supported one another. We played together, danced together, worked together, and even built homes together. Back then, we worked together to be our brother's keepers and to make a difference. So hats off to my Beirut family. And Deputy Speaker, this sense of community that Beirut presented prepared me for the kind of Pine Ridge I want to see today. Currently, certain communities in Pine Ridge are considered hotspots for violence in police terms. However, what some people see as a challenge, I see as an opportunity to transform lives. And thanks to the compassionate leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, programs like Beautiful Grand Bahama have proven that with a focused approach, we can indeed change the trajectory of the lives of those around us with a bit of stimulus. Yes, through Beautiful Grand Bahama, we are making a significant impact on the lives of many. Violent crime statistics have drastically decreased since the introduction of this program. We are making a difference, including addressing the expungement of records for minor offenses so that people can get on with their lives in a rehabilitated way. Deputy Speaker, central to this bill is the establishment of the Protection Against Violence Commission. This is not merely another government institution. It is a beacon of hope for victims and a clarion call to action for our society. This commission will serve as the hub of our national efforts, orchestrating the delivery of care and support services to victims and leading the charge to uphold our regional and international treaty obligations. The provision for care and support services outlined in the bill must be balanced. Our role as a government extends beyond enacting laws. Our duty is to ensure that our citizens have access to the resources they need to heal and rebuild their lives. Whether it be provision for shelters, anger management training, conflict resolution, or therapy, our mission is to offer a holistic solution to the issue of violence. And, Deputy Speaker, I am so happy that the Ministry for Grand Bahama, with the creation of the CoLab Partnerships for Development Unit, has allowed us on Grand Bahama Island to have a bit of a head start. You see, the life-changing Beautiful Grand Bahama program that employed over 350 individuals caused the redevelopment of Trip Circle in the back of town, also known as Restoration Village. This area was once the home of 11 dilapidated police homes that Beautiful Grand Bahama restored to become transition homes and we have partnered with the Royal Bahamas Police Force to utilize a few of these homes for the domestic violence unit. Other organizations have also adopted homes to attend to distressed women in particular. In tandem with this bill, the CoLab Resource Center, located at Restoration Village, also offers counseling, mentorship programs, expungement of record sessions, and other holistic programming to those in search of rebuilding their lives. We have also partnered with the Grand Bahama Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, who will be constructing a safe house for victims of domestic violence. We have also partnered with the Links International Nassau Chapter to develop a shelter that will also allow programming that supports the objectives of this bill. And, Deputy Speaker, in the gallery today, we have Candy Gibson, the founder of FOAM, Families of All Murder Victims. It is nonprofit organizations like these that have led the way by standing in the gap to provide support to families of victims of violence. I believe she deserves another round of applause. It was after Candy lost 2 of her brothers to senseless murders 8 months apart that she established FOAM in June 2012. On the 23rd day of January of this year, our Prime Minister and member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador recognized Candy Gibson and made a proclamation to declare that day as Families of All Murdered Victims Day. I was so pleased to work with her through our CoLab unit to establish a presence on Grand Bahama Island in January 2022, led by Wendy Fox of Pine Ridge, who had also experienced violence firsthand, violence that led to fatality. She is committed to be a vessel to assist in impacting lives of those left behind by the act of violence, to assist them with picking up the pieces of their lives when their loved ones are taken away. From my own experience, I know what it feels like to run a nonprofit organization to help people in need without real support, with many doors that remain closed while people are hopeless. I understand how brutal and lonely it can be, how much we want to assist, but also how limited the resources can be. It is therefore hoped that with this legislation, organizations like FOAM will be able to partner with the government in order to bring about the change that we all seek. Deputy Speaker, perhaps most commendable, this bill recognizes the complexities of violence within domestic relationships. In the past, the term domestic has been restricted in scope, often limited to married couples or those living together. This bill will broaden the definition to encompass diverse relationship types, including co-tenants, foster parents, house helpers, and even those in care of institutions. This is a bold and necessary step towards inclusivity and comprehensive protection. Our emphasis on economic or financial abuse highlights another frequently overlooked aspect of violence: the deprivation of resources, whether mortgage payments, school fees, medical expenses, or even household necessities, is a form of abuse. This bill recognizes that and offers protection to victims in such circumstances. As representatives of the people, we have the power to effect change and create a society that respects and upholds the dignity of each individual. We cannot erase the past or the pain that many have endured, but we can pledge to do better, to strive for a future where every individual, every child can live free from fear of violence. So I'm looking into the future and taking you on a journey with me. Once upon a time, in the beautiful islands of the Bahamas, there existed a deep-rooted problem that cast a dark shadow over the nation: pervasive violence, particularly against women. It was a scourge that attempted to tarnish the country's reputation for warmth and hospitality, to threaten the very fabric of its society. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023, championed by the Davis-Cooper administration. The passage of this transformative legislation marked a turning point in the fight against violence, as it embraced a vision built upon three primary pillars: empowerment, dignity, and safety. The nation rallied together under the shared goal of creating a safer, more respectful, and caring Bahamas for all its citizens. The first step towards progress was the empowerment of victims. The bill recognized the immense strength and resilience hidden within those who had suffered violence, and it sought to provide them with the necessary tools and support to reclaim their lives. Specialized counseling centers were established across the islands, offering a safe haven where survivors could find solace, guidance, and healing. These centers became beacons of hope, offering comprehensive services ranging from legal aid to vocational training, empowering survivors to rebuild their lives on their own terms. Central to the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 was the unwavering commitment to treating victims with the utmost dignity and respect. The legislation recognized that in order to heal, survivors needed a safe space where their experiences could be shared without fear of judgment or shame. Confidentiality became a cornerstone of the support system, ensuring that survivors' stories were handled sensitively and appropriately. The nation united in its pledge to never victim blame, but instead to listen, understand, and provide the caring support survivors deserved. With empowerment and dignity as guiding principles, the bill laid the groundwork for a society where safety was paramount. It recognized the eradication of violence required a proactive approach, not just reacting to incidents, but working tirelessly to prevent them. Educational campaigns were launched, reaching every corner of the archipelago to raise awareness about the devastating consequences of violence and the importance of respectful relationships. Schools became hubs of knowledge, teaching children the values of empathy, consent, and gender equality from an early age. Law enforcement agencies were equipped with specialized training to handle cases of violence with sensitivity and efficiency. They collaborated closely with social services, creating a seamless network of support that prioritized the protection of victims. Shelters were established throughout the islands, providing temporary refuge for those escaping abusive situations, ensuring that no one had to face the darkness alone. As years passed, the transformative power of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 became evident. The Bahamas underwent a profound societal shift, emerging as a shining example of how a nation could come together to address the most pressing issues facing its people. Once pervasive violence against women receded, replaced by a culture of respect, empathy, and care. Tourists flocked to the islands, not only for its breathtaking beaches and vibrant culture, but also for the safety and harmony that prevailed. The Bahamas became known as a nation that valued the empowerment of its citizens, the dignity of its people, and the safety of all who called it home. Deputy Speaker, the narrative of progress towards a safer and more respectful and caring Bahamas will not be without its challenges. It requires unwavering dedication, collective effort, and a commitment to change. The Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 can become the catalyst for this transformation. Deputy Speaker, I would like to switch gears for just a brief moment to one of the most diverse constituencies in the Bahamas, Pine Ridge, to update the residents of accomplishments over the last few weeks. In Hawksbill Polling 4, drains were cleared. On Grenfell Avenue, number 10, speed bumps were erected. A never-been-paved road is near completion, and derelict vehicles and debris were removed through pristine Pine Ridge. In Lawrence Close, number 10, where people my age said they don't recall roads without the massive holes, can now say that they have newly paved roads. In Garden Villas, number 8, again through pristine Pine Ridge, drains were cleared and derelict vehicles moved. Earlier this month, we held our summer basketball camp with professional basketball player Kentwan Smith. Thank you, Kentwan, for the special attention you gave to the young people of Pine Ridge, and also thank you to Jada Strawn of the Anti-Bullying Organization for pouring into the young people in Pine Ridge. We continue to be in touch with the needs of the people of Pine Ridge. Slippers continue to be distributed, and all residents can visit the office at any time to collect. The Pine Ridge on Wheels program continues to be used to reach those in need, and Mother's Pantry caters to those in need. In the upcoming months, we will launch the Victorious Women of Pine Ridge initiative for our first cohort of 50 women of Pine Ridge who are looking to transform their lives. We will also launch the Healthy Lifestyles Get Fit initiative at the end of the summer as we aim for a healthier Pine Ridge. We also want to remind constituents of Pine Ridge that our offices are centrally located in downtown Freeport and open from Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and we are always ready to serve. There's a lot of work to do, but together we will get it done. Deputy Speaker, there was a time in Grand Bahama where everyone was on pins and needles. Mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. A time when young boys vanished. This year, 2023, marks 20 years since Markinson Colas, D'Angelo McKenzie, Junior Remy, Desmond Rold, and Jay Grant disappeared while on their way to or from school, work, or errands. 4 of the 5 boys lived in Pine Ridge, Garden Villas to be exact. This monstrous act rocked the island of Grand Bahama for 6 months, and I recall personally organizing a candlelight vigil right on the basketball court in Garden Villas, also commonly referred to as the ghetto, for the 5 missing boys. Today, on that same basketball court, through beautiful Grand Bahama, we intend to erect a beautiful memorial to cherish the memories of the 5 missing boys in recognition of the 20th anniversary of their disappearance. And Deputy Speaker, with your concurrence, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for the 5 missing boys of Grand Bahama. Deputy Speaker, As I wrap up, consistent efforts have been made to address the scourge of violence, and we have also partnered with many to address this vexing issue. Again, because certain areas of Pine Ridge are considered hotspots, we are so pleased that the member of Freetown and Minister of National Security has committed to the establishment of a community center in the Garden Village community. This community center will be used to augment many of the programs and initiatives that will positively impact this community and beyond. Also, very soon, we will be making a major announcement of a special partnership with international organizations for sustainable development. The program aligns with global best practices as set out by international conventions like the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The overarching goal of this initiative is to solve critical urban challenges around sustainability, inclusivity, and resilience, with the ultimate goal of transforming communities and transforming lives. Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you, thank you, thank you to the countless Bahamians, nonprofit organizations, and communities that have toiled the proverbial soil in efforts to fill a vacuum that long existed in our country for the victims of violence and the families of victims of violence. You have done well, and we applaud you for your efforts. Let us stand together as one, united in our mission to eradicate violence and ensure a secure and prosperous future for all who call the Bahamas home. And with that, Deputy Speaker, Pine Ridge wholeheartedly supports the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief on this particular matter. I rise on behalf of the constituency of Kalani to contribute to the debate on the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. It is well known, Mr. Speaker, that we have a serious crime and violence problem in New Providence. Shootings, stabbings, robberies, break-ins, and killings are all too common on the island where most Bahamians live. An unfortunate subset of this crime and violence problem is violence against girls and violence against women. Last year, for example, rape was up 15%. In the first 5 months of this year, rape was up in New Providence by 64%. We have all read in the newspaper the disturbing stories of the rapes of older women. We have seen other stories of various types of disturbing sexual violence against girls and women. I spent my medical career caring for women. I am aware of the extreme damage done to the victims of violence, including sexual violence. The trauma is often so deep that victims suffer long-standing psychological and emotional damages. As legislators, we must do all we can to prevent violence against girls and violence against women. It is never acceptable to force another to have sexual relationships with you without their consent. As members of this Parliament, we must be on one accord in our positions and utterance on this. We must stand fully against violence, including sexual violence against girls and women. And those who engage in such acts should be swiftly arrested, prosecuted, and, if convicted, sentenced to proper terms in prison. We should not protect abusers. We should not try to help them get away with crimes. As members of Parliament, we must stand with our girls and women against those who do harm. A bill to protect against violence can be supported. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some concerns as to the bill somewhat watered down as expressed by members of women's organization. And we brought that concern here to Parliament. This should be a moment at which the country becomes more serious about the protection of girls and women. This bill should not be the end of our efforts. When necessary, we should come back here to amend and add more provisions and more resources to protect Bahamian women.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Don't get me wrong, now I on your side.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up.
I on your side.
Keep it up.
I said anything to protect women, everyone should support. However, we have some concerns that more should have been added to it.
That's fine. That's fine. You're still on the right track. You're still on the right track.
As mentioned, the bill seeks generally to provide for the protection, I'm speaking about this bill. The bill seeks generally to provide for the protection of and support of victims of violence. It seeks to fulfill the various obligations of the Bahamas under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1981, the CEDAW, and the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, 1994. The bill seeks to do this by promoting the education and training of all involved in the administration of justice, including police and other law enforcement officers, as well as other personnel responsible for implementing policies for the prevention, punishment, and eradication of violence against women. Providing appropriate specialized services for women who are being subjected to violence through public and private sector agencies, including shelters, counseling services for all family members where appropriate, and care and custody of the affected children. And also promoting and supporting governmental and private sector education designed to raise the awareness of the public with respect to the problems of and remedies for violence against women. The bill creates and sets out responsibilities of the Protection Against Violence Commission to ensure international and regional obligations of the country are complied with. The Commission is empowered to, as set out in the what we would term somewhat reduced bill, grant funding for approval and certified community programs or projects of support to service providers, provide technical assistance in program and project management and information systems to support service providers, consult, coordinate, and cooperate with other regional and international violence-based organizations and institutions. I hope when I say anything about Bell later, you clap for me again. Okay, that's a deal. It sets to engage one or more private health care facilities to conduct medical examinations and provide necessary treatment to victims. Part 4 of the bill establishes and expressly states the general rights of victims of violence, which includes the right to be treated with compassion and dignity by every person who comes into contact with the victim by virtue of his employment or professional capacity in attending to the victim. The right to be informed of all rights and services available to them under Part 6 of this Act. The right to confidentiality by any person acting in their capacity to provide care or support service, and the right to privacy. The bill sets out how complaints should be handled. Mr. Deputy, for the administration of this bill to work, there needs to be a minister who is insistent on overseeing its functions. Part 3 of the bill seeks to provide the framework of the administration of this act. Specifically, the minister has responsibility to develop and implement a national strategic plan, strengthen the institutional capacity in response to violence, establish a nonprofit foundation to raise funds for the benefit of the Commission in its functions, and implement programs to provide sensitivity training for members of the police force and support service personnel, and generally raise awareness of the public on problems and remedies of violence. Mr. Deputy, it is critical that we improve education in schools across this country as it relates to violence against women. We need to teach our young people throughout their lives that violence against women and girls is unacceptable. Relationships should not be coerced or governed by force. Having comprehensive age-appropriate curricula across the grades could help teach future generations that gender-based violence is inappropriate. And Mr. Deputy, we must also get a hand on the dysfunction of our criminal justice system. Cases take too long to come before our courts. We need to ensure that there are enough police officers, enough prosecutors, enough judges, courtrooms, and support staff to cause matters to be tried quicker. We especially need dedicated courts to hear matters of alleged sexual violence. We need a comprehensive plan from the current administration as to what is needed for our criminal justice system to function more effectively. It is unacceptable, Mr. Deputy, for individuals accused of multiple serious offenses, such as murder and rape, to get bail over and over again because the system cannot try them fast enough. What we need is leadership to find the plan and to cost it out. The Bahamian people are tired of hearing that another rape had happened, and the accused was already on bail for 1 or 2 or 3 other alleged rapes. Mr. Deputy, as difficult as it is for them, we must continue to encourage Bahamian women and girls to speak up if they are victims of violence or sexual violence. Seek help to get it to stop. Do not suffer in silence. I am pleased that the police force has created a specialized unit to deal with these matters. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, when it comes to protecting girls and women, all would support such movements. However, we still would like to see the complaints by the women organizations addressed in a timely manner and the necessary amendments made to this bill in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
East Grand.
You got that note?
East Grand Bahama. My apologies.
Is there any more speakers on who's on your side? Who? That. Two?
Yeah, that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, if I could get this working. It again gives me great pleasure, and it's a privilege for me to stand in this place once again to represent the good and special people of East Grand Bahama, and to make my contribution to this very, very important, very, very important debate. And Mr. Deputy, it is true that we woke up this morning, as was stated by the member for Marco City, we woke up this morning 100% ready to support this bill, and was also taken aback by the ladies' groups that indicated that they had challenges, or they had some challenges with respect to this bill. And in speaking with a number of them, because I participated in a meeting this lunchtime and spoke with a number of those women who had issues with it. And I 100% agree with what the member for Marco City said, and 100% support those of us who are on this side. The fact that we raise these issues in no way speaks to us not supporting the bill, but it also does not speak to us not supporting the initiative behind pushing this bill. As a father of 4, women's issues is central to my way, not just my way of thinking, but my way of life. Protecting my daughters and ensuring that all of my daughters are protected, ensuring that we put in place proper laws that will protect them is central. It is something that I take very seriously. It is something that is a high priority for me. And so when I look at this, and when I look at this situation, I look at this situation through those eyes. I look at those situations not as we are attempting to block what you are doing, or we are attempting to slow down what you are doing, but we want to ensure that what you are doing is the best thing that can be done. That is the eyes upon which we look at this. And in understanding the issues that was raised by a number of those females, they, wanted our attention to be drawn to the strategic plan that was presented back, I believe, in 2015. And then they also wanted us to look at and to draw attention to the bill, which I believe was first circulated in 2016, and their view, and which I support, because I've also taken a look at the previous bill and taken a look at this bill, to say that there are fundamental differences with what was presented before and what is being presented now. And I will take you through some of those differences in my presentation, and I'm hoping that one, we can receive some answers to those issues that we raise, but I believe that the very fact that those very important women have raised this issue, that you would take the time to meet with them, to at the very least understand their position. They are a non-political group of women. They are raising issues that they are experts in. They are raising issues that they have worked in that field for many, many years. Yes, and so the very fact that they are prepared to put their names on a public document to say that we want you to pause and hear our concerns is reason enough to pause and hear their concerns. So, as I understand it, the 2000, and I'll refer to it as 2016, there may be another version that was after that. But your bill does not refer to gender-based violence. At least allow me to make the point. At least allow me to make the point. Yeah, at least allow me to make the point. Your previous bill gave a definition of gender-based violence. Your previous bill referred to gender-based violence in the definition clause gender-based violence, or GBV, means any physical, economic, or financial, emotional, verbal, or psychological or sexual abuse against a person because of that person's gender, whether or not constituting a criminal offense, and including but not limited to any of the following. And then it speaks to A, B, C, and D. That definition is not in this bill. And that's what I mean when I say your bill does not refer to gender-based violence, but your bill refers to violence. Now, your definition of violence in your 2023 bill says violence means violence of any sort that results in physical, sexual, or psychological violence, including rape, sexual abuse, torture, trafficking in persons, forced prostitution, kidnapping, sexual harassment, online harassment, or economic or financial abuse that occurs within a domestic relationship, whether or not the offender shared the same household, or is perpetrated by any person, whether in workplace or otherwise. So you have decided. I am actually not.
You say it doesn't.
I am not disputing that your violence definition is bigger than the gender-based violence.
It includes that.
I am not disputing that it is bigger. No. I am not disputing that it is bigger than what is included in the previous bill, because that's my very point.
The chair recognized the honorable member for Cat Island,
I just want to be
Salvador.
clear what the member is saying. He's saying that in a previous bill that was circulated, gender-based violence was defined. In this bill, gender-based violence is not defined, but violence is defined. And that violence, that violence is broader than gender-based violence, and that definition includes gender-based violence.
That's what you're saying. I'm not saying.
But what you just read, what you just read. What isn't included?
What I am saying is the gender-based violence that is internationally recognized, the same gender-based violence that is spoken to under those treaties that the Bahamas has signed onto, the same gender-based violence that you are accessing funding for, the same gender-based violence that all of those women's groups believe in and are fighting for. You need to also go back to them to explain to them why you decided to change the definition, because that is a point that they have raised.
If you make
That
it
is the
more-
point that they have
If
raised.
you make it more inclusive with everything,
That is the point that they have raised. So my
that's a wider.
issue
Taking out
is
the loopholes.
that you must go back to those females, go back to those women's groups, and explain to them, because they have raised this question. They have raised the question as to why you decided to widen the definition, why you decided to broaden this definition, and they have an issue, or they have raised this issue with speaking to why you have decided to change that definition. Now, you've also decided, outside of the gender-based violence definition, you've also decided to change the purpose of the act. Now, the purpose of the previous act the purpose of this act is, and this is again, I refer to the 2016 one, to codify as an integral component of the national gender-based violence policy, gender equality, and as a national goal, the attainment of the essential of a national development. Again, it is specifically speaking about gender-based violence, violence that occurs against somebody because of their gender. It also speaks to B, recognizing gender-based violence as destructive of a gender equality and a public health problem, and poses an existential threat to society. It also says to facilitate and assure the protection of healing of victims and rehabilitation of perpetrators, reconciliation and restoration of communities afflicted by gender-based violence. It's not. It's not. When you look at what the words are not in there. The words are not in there.
Just say what it is you want to put.
Now, one other issue that is different from what is in your previous bill and what is in this 2023 bill is it says that the minister must create a policy and a strategic plan, and that policy should be renewed every 5 years. That is not in this bill, this 2023 bill. A policy, and that policy, there's a difference. There's a difference of a policy and a strategic plan. What's in your bill now is that you must present a strategic plan.
There is a policy to go along with it.
It's not in the bill. It's not in the bill. It's not in the bill, and also you must renew it every 5 years. It's not in the bill. That's my point. My point is, I am bringing to you, I am bringing to your attention the differences in that previous. Now you could stand up and you could justify what those differences are, but I am also speaking to what was in that previous bill and what is in this bill now. In addition to the differences with your plan and your policy, the previous bill also had in it that an offense was created for gender-based violence. In your 2016 bill, Section 8 spoke to the prohibition of acts of gender-based violence. It says no person shall commit an act of gender-based violence. 2, a person who commits an act of gender-based violence commits an offense under this act and is liable to summary conviction or a fine not exceeding $5,000 or imprisonment or for not exceeding 1 year. Again, that is not in your 2023 bill. The offense of gender-based violence. The offense of gender-based violence is not in this act.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Central.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that, we can say Section 5 sets out principles and policies, but East Grand Bahama, right? East Grand Bahama would be aware that you can only charge somebody with one offense for the same behavior. If the gender-based violence is grievous bodily harm, $5,000 in a 1-year sentence is a massive reduction of the penalty for that crime. And so I take no issue that somebody may want a specific offense, but if you wish to protect my daughters, my mother, my aunties, and by the way, my sons as well, we should want the offense that has the highest penalty. And so if somebody wants to know why we are leaving the offenses with the greatest penalty there and just citing them by just importing them by reference in the bill, it should be obvious. We do not want to decrease the penalty for violence. As Kalani said, get a penalty. So if you have them, why reduce them?
Is there are differences in what they say has been what was produced back in 2016 and what is being produced now. So I'm raising these issues as issues where they're saying there are differences in what was presented there and there are differences in what is presented now. That's what I'm raising. So what I'm saying was in 2016, in that bill, there was an offense that was created that spoke to what gender-based violence was and a penalty for gender-based violence. An additional difference is what was presented back in 2016 was it also put a protective order for gender-based violence. So if you were found, or if the complainant can make a case, and the complainant can go to the magistrate court, the complainant can make a case, and the complainant then can get an order that then gives a protective order
Section 26.
that speaks to it.
Section 26. You could
Fine,
filter it.
fine. But also, they also speak to a professional duty of care, which is also owed to victims. That's in your previous section 9. And it spoke to saying that if the victims, that there's a duty of care that is owed to those victims by law enforcement, social workers, medical, legal, educational, mental health workers, religious leaders, business and institutional leaders, community leaders, youth-based and cultural professionals, institutions. All of that is something that was in your previous bill. Now,
21, sir. I can give you all the numbers. That's 21.
yeah, so it spoke to this?
Yeah.
So it gave a duty of care for professionals,
21.
law enforcement, social workers, medical, legal, educational, mental health, religious leaders, business, institution leaders, community leaders, youth-based, cultural professionals, institutions, and any other type of professionals.
I see the problem. That's the old one. You could get the new one.
Yeah, I see the problem too, yeah.
You're looking at the old
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
You studied the wrong bill.
Yeah. Now, what also is,
You get a copy of the new one.
what also is included in the old bill, which again I didn't see in this previous bill, is there is a protective order that you could have applied for in the previous bill. And that protective order, a section in that protective order would have given the magistrate the ability to put in place an emergency monetary award. And that emergency monetary award is not in your 2023 bill.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Violence protection orders act, specifically referenced in section 26, permits a magistrate to give an order ex parte without hearing the other side. That already exists. I see no move in this to repeal that act. Now, the issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Sandra Dane Patterson, Leela Green, and Cleopatra Christie put to me when they met with me to discuss matters was, it's all well and good to have the Domestic Violence Protection Act, but the thing is to have the ability to have a lawyer to go with the woman to get the order. And so that is the improvement being made. You still have that right, but it's pointless having that right if you don't have a lawyer to help you access that right. And this is now creating a mechanism for that.
Thank you, honourable member.
I had raised. Under the domestic protection order, it gives different grounds upon which persons can apply. Under the Gender-Based Violence Act, it also gives different grounds upon which you can apply. No, it's not. No, it's not. You should look at the two of them to see whether they are the same. No, they're not. Now, another issue that is different from another point that is different from what is in your 2023 bill is in 2016 bill, it spoke to providing a register of gender-based violence support providers. And that register was, again, as I read the act, or as I read the bill, it was to provide some database that social services can access all of those gender-based violence providers. And it also provided that those gender-based violence providers has certain rights. They could apply for and obtain different tax reliefs. They can get access to different funding. Section 20 speaks to access to funding. Section 20 speaks to relief from certain taxes and duties. Section 22 speaks to access to information and participation in decision-making. So once you're registered, that previous bill spoke to once you were registered, you had access to information, which means that you now, as that organization, have a right to access information from government agencies, and you have a right to participate in the decision-making process.
1.6.
Subsection 1 says, the gender-based violence support provider has a right to timely access to and may request in writing from the minister, the authority, the department, information on policies, programs, projects, actions, and measures proposed by the government entities to combat and respond to gender-based violence. 2, a gender-based violence support provider shall not be denied access to information under this section save where such information would be exempt from disclosure under any Freedom of Information Act or other equivalent or related law. And 3, the gender-based violence support service provider has a right to effective participation in the decision-making process of the government and the authority in relation to making and the execution of the national gender-based violence policy and national strategic plan. In addition to being registered, the previous bill also created or established a federation of community organizations against gender-based violence. It created a federation. So you could be registered, but it also created a federation that you could participate in. And it gave that federation certain rights. The federation is composed of all community organizations providing gender-based violence care and support services in the Bahamas, and a federation council comprising representatives from the member organizations, each organization having one representative only in the council. Functions and duties and powers of the federation. They would, under 1D, represent and be the competent authority for the community organizations and gender-based violence support providers in the administration of this act. They're the competent authority. As a competent authority, be the clearinghouse for information, passing the government, the authority, foreign nations, international organizations, and foundation to community organizations, and the gender-based support service providers in the Bahamas, and F, perform such other functions and duties not being inconsistent with this act. The regulations of its bylaws may be determined by its members.
Technology, son. Technology.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
You're trying to transform Parliament right now.
Okay. So, I could understand why the members of the certain women's groups would believe that by taking those provisions which gave great detail as to what is supposed to happen, you have taken out those provisions that provides great detail as to the registration of those committees, and you've taken out in great detail the federation, the formation of the federation, and what those duties and rights of those that federation is. You've taken that out of the 2023 bill as well. Now, again, Mr. Deputy, those women's groups have, I believe those women's groups have earned the right to be heard.
Yes.
And I believe that those women's groups,
Before they make the decision.
I think before you decide to proceed with this, before you decide to move this out of committee, before you decide to proceed with this in the final form, that those women's groups ought to be heard, and those points that they have raised ought to also be heard and given full consideration for the points that they have raised. A dialogue should take place so that you could hear from them and they could hear from you. Because at the moment, At the moment, you are not on one accord with them.
Why you didn't invite me to the Zoom meeting?
At the moment, you are not on one accord with them.
You could invite us.
And it is certainly my position that they should be on one accord with you.
1 o'clock today?
That they should be on one accord with you.
1 o'clock today?
So, listen, if you are prepared to move ahead without them, then we on this side, I believe we will also vote for it. If you are prepared to do that. If you are prepared to do that, then I believe we on this side. It was said by the member for Marco City. It was said by the member for Kalani that if you are prepared to move ahead with this, I am not going to vote against it. I am prepared to vote for it because what you are presenting is still better than nothing.
That's what we said.
But
That's what we
our position is we are advocating for the best. And we are saying that at the moment it could be better. And you should move ahead and just look at the 2006, look at the provisions of the 2016 bill and include them in the 2016 bill. I think that is the position and the point that we wish to make. So, Mr. Deputy, as I've said, I've raised those differences. With respect to the 2016 or the previous bill and what is in this bill, and we hope that the government would also look at those differences and also speak to those women's groups to make sure that they also understand and make sure that they understand your position, they understand why you've made those changes, and then you can also hear from them so that they can give their position to you. That is the point that I wish to make. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
Let's hear from a woman.
Golden Gates.
Mr. Deputy, good evening. Thank God that we live in a great country where we can have healthy debate. We can agree, we can disagree, and we can agree to disagree. Agreeably. We agree. So, Deputy, I am proud to be a part of a government that has placed the protection of Bahamians first. Yes. A government that gave its word that we would prioritize the protection of Bahamian women, and we kept that word. So, this is personal for me, because for years, women's rights advocates and those clamoring for more protections and support to be put in place for women have called for reforms to no avail. While there's always a lot of lip service paid to the issue, there was never any real substantive action taken on the part of the government. Women's issues are always talked about as good ideas. They're an easy way to galvanize the support of women voters, and somehow, in the past, they've always seemed to fall by the wayside as male-dominated legislatures place other items ahead of women's rights on the legislative agenda. That's not to say that other bills are more or less important in the grand scheme of things, but to see progress in the drafting and passing of other laws, but not see the progress on laws to protect women from violence was a source of frustration for many, many years. As you know, Mr. Deputy, I count myself among the women who have raised our voices in concern about the epidemic of violence against women, and quite frankly, violence against all Bahamians. Our per capita statistics on assault, rape, and murder tell the story of a nation that, despite being relatively successful in many ways, struggles to cope with the social and cultural decay that has seen violent crime rates spike over several decades. While I consider myself to still be quite young and sprightly, I'm old enough to remember, like Pine Ridge noted, when it didn't feel so scary to walk or jog at night, or even just as simple as to pull into your yard when returning home from work in the evening. You didn't feel at any moment you could be at the mercy of a human predator. Mr. Deputy, even back in those days when overall violent crime rates were much lower, there was still domestic violence. There was still sexual abuse going on that was unreported or even actively hidden. So as we pine for more peaceful times, we must acknowledge that these issues existed in one form or another in every era. And at no point in history has it ever been 100% safe for women. But what I can say right now in this honorable place, Mr. Deputy, is that with the completion of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023, I finally feel that many of the things women have been calling for have been heard. While the bill may not be called a gender-based violence bill, it has broad applicability to the general population, but still addresses many of the concerns that some women's advocates have called for with great consultation. While solutions for a few marquee issues like equality in passing on citizenship and marital rape are still in development and being debated publicly, what this bill before us today represents most is progress. While I hope to live to see a day when women all around the world, including women in the Bahamas, have 100% equality and empowerment in the law and in daily life, I do not have my eyes set on the ideal and perfect goal that we are striving for, that I cannot celebrate the victories along the way. There are clear victories in this bill that are worth celebrating. While we've not yet arrived at our final destination, we have taken steps in the right direction, and that progress should be acknowledged, Mr. Deputy. It is a point of pride for me to see us taking steps towards preserving human rights in accordance with many of the international treaties the Bahamas has signed on to. Survivors of violence who utilize relevant services will now have a right to be treated with compassion and dignity. This means that any service or care provider who opts to treat survivors in a subpar manner will now be infringing upon protected rights under the law. We all know about stories, whether they involve healthcare professionals or even certain NGOs. They are bad apples. There are bad apples in every bunch, Mr. Deputy. But by protecting this right, we're setting a clear precedent to all those who treat victims like they are inconveniences. That will no longer be tolerated in the Bahamas that this Davis administration is creating. Every person deserves dignity. Every person deserves compassion. This administration has now stepped up to let the wider community know how seriously we take the rights of women, children, and men who fall victim to violence. There's also now a right to confidentiality. This is related to those in positions where they come into contact with confidential and privileged information. Once again, we know information somehow magically finds its way on social media these days. Even in professional settings, we sometimes see videos inappropriately shared. Once this bill has been passed and implemented, those who infringe upon the right may find themselves serving up to a year in prison, paying a $5,000 fine, or both. Then there's the right to privacy. This relates to the publishing of reports that reveal pertinent information like the identity of involved parties. Whether one is a member of the media or one of these makeshift social media-only media houses, I would advise everyone who calls themselves a reporter to be very careful about what they're reporting moving forward. Infringe on the right to privacy of victims of violence, and you will also find yourself paying a $5,000 fine or serving up to a year in jail. This legislation also guarantees access to a telephone hotline that victims of violence can contact at all times. This is yet another area of progress that is worth celebrating, Mr. Deputy. By expanding access to information and support, we will be saving lives. If you were to have a conversation with those who assist survivors of violence, and you know most of the day was our Candy Gibson of Foam spent here in support of this debate, you will be shocked to hear the stories of the cavalier attitudes, the disrespect, and even sometimes the disbelief is displayed by some of the people sworn to serve and protect. I support our police force, but I understand that their jobs can be difficult and stressful, and I know that most officers don't behave in that way. But this section of the bill was crafted for a reason, Mr. Deputy. There are some officers who do not provide the level of care and respect that we would expect from them in many instances. Imagine being assaulted only to be re-victimized by someone accusing you of lying or not really seeming concerned with the terrible experience you've been through. There are Bahamian women that I know who have experienced that. The standards established under this law ensure that all officers will treat complaints seriously, make detailed reports, fully investigate complaints, assist with getting victims to a safe space, and connect them with the support they need to begin recovery and healing. Through this law, the government is making it clear to all professionals who engage with victims of violence that there is a duty of care and professionalism that is expected. There's a level of compassion that is mandatory. There's now a standard that everyone must abide by thanks to the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. Mr. Deputy, I cannot think of a crime more dehumanizing and degrading than sexual crimes. I'm satisfied to see that this bill speaks to the obligation to provide support for victims of sexual violence. I'm a proud girl mom ×3. And like any mother, when my daughters are out after dark, I pray for their protection. That's the stark reality living during these times. The rate of sexual assault in this nation is far too high. Given the frequency with which these crimes occur, it is shocking that we did not put these laws in place before. But thankfully, to the comprehensive work of this administration, led by our Social Services Ministry, ably led by the member for West End and Bimini and Marathon, to the Ministry of National Security, ably led by the member for Freetown, and of course to the drafters and the staff of the Office of the Attorney General. Standards have now been developed relative to the support of victims of sexual violence. The Protection Against Violence Commission, established by this bill, will be obligated to provide medical and legal assistance, as well as readjustment programs. The two areas of support that are very critical to me are the obligations to provide shelter and psychological support. Many victims and survivors of sexual violence battle with maintaining their mental health. Mood disorders like anxiety and depression are very common. Others struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma-driven substance abuse. Many who have experienced sexual violence report feeling a loss of agency within their lives and struggle to regain a sense of control over their thoughts and emotions. They often experience feelings of fear and foreboding, especially when placed in triggering situations like walking down a dark street alone or being approached by a stranger when there's no one else around. Many struggle to maintain relationships and regain feelings of pleasure and sensuality again. These are just brief examples, Mr. Deputy, of what occurs mentally and emotionally in the aftermath of a sexual assault. The list of potential mental and emotional health challenges can go on and on. There is an established need for mental health support in these cases. As an advocate for mental health, I am so proud that this administration is stepping up to expand access to psychological services for victims and provide funding for community organizations that provide these services. This may be one of the most impactful forms of long-term support that survivors need. The provision of shelter is yet another important form of support that makes me excited about this bill. You cannot have security without shelter. And as a board member for the Lynx Safe House Nassau, I can speak to this directly. Many women and their children are forced to remain in dangerous situations where their life and well-being are constantly threatened by violence and abuse. For others who are brave enough to escape their abusers and assaulters, homelessness becomes a real risk, constantly re-exposing them to dangerous situations and forcing them to make less than ideal decisions just to survive. Without having a safe haven to turn to, many victims are faced with the unfair prospect of this lose-lose situation: remain and suffer, or leave and fall into potential homelessness and poverty. This bill speaks to the Commission's ability to assess the numbers of shelters available and make recommendations to expand local capacity. This is critical, Mr. Deputy, because most shelters have a time limit on how long a person can stay in the shelter before having to move on. If a woman has not landed a job and found a safe place to live by that time limit, she's once again faced with the scenario of moving back in with the one she was fleeing from, or choosing homelessness and instability instead. Only with the establishment of more shelters, with support from the government, the private sector, and the community, can we expand the amount of shelters and safe spaces available so that all victims have a place to turn when they need it most. So this is life-saving work, Mr. Deputy. Progress in this should be recognized and applauded. Of course, this budget cycle, the government has pledged to begin the construction of a women's shelter to expand local capacity. During a past contribution, I pledged to the women of this nation, and specifically those fighting against gender-based violence, that although this shelter does not fall directly under my responsibility, I would personally push for its completion in whatever way I can. I stand by those words, and I encourage the government to work with haste to get this initiative fully launched, because there are lives in the balance. Mr. Deputy, what stands out most about this bill is how action-oriented it is. The Protection Against Violence Commission isn't simply a commission that will gather data, advise, and write reports. Although this is important work, is a part of what they do, this commission will also be very hands-on. The commission will actively provide legal counsel and assign an advocate who guides victims through the process of reporting a crime, collecting evidence, seeking treatment, and going to court. The data that is collected will be used to actively shape public policies that have a real life-saving impact. Thanks to the reforms of this Davis administration made to the Public Finance Management Bill and the Public Procurement Bill, we can also be sure that the Commission will be transparently managed according to the highest standards. This is an example of how progress begets progress. Because of our efforts to make financial management and procurement processes of the government more effective and practical, we can now be guaranteed that this bill will be in compliance with those standards. Mr. Deputy, as I listen to the debate today, I have a question. I have a few questions. What came to mind is the F&M standing against women, standing against violence against women? But Marco City answered that. He said no. Because this bill has broader application. At the request of the Crisis Center and the Department of Gender Affairs, it wasn't an arbitrary decision. So are we to believe that the F&M stands against the Crisis Center? No. But if they are being honest, and I know sometimes that's difficult, they would simply speak to what amendments they wish to see.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, we made it very clear. We made it very clear that a number
in the initial press release by the group, the women's group, that had a difficulty with proceeding with this bill versus the 2016 bill that many of them have labored on for a decade or more, they made it very clear that they were not properly consulted on this particular bill. They are not standing against any attempt to improve the condition of our people and provide protection for women, children, girls in particular, and even vulnerable men. What they are saying is that this government has failed to consult, and that even when the government organized meetings, that they did not bring the bill to the last symposium. So the member for Golden Gates is misleading the public because she could be as cute as she wants in what she says. The reality is the stakeholders whose assistance all of us need in order to be able to help our people are saying, and these are the most, listen, these are the persons who we associate with this kind of activism, and they are saying that the government has not given sufficient respect to them, and the FNM stands with them. And we know that this is how this government operates.
Thank you, Honorable.
So Marco City from 2017 or prior, this is the first time the FNM is standing with them. I just need to understand that.
I'll be happy to answer that for you.
Oh, okay.
The Free National Movement, collectively and individually, have supported any number of initiatives in order to stop the carnage of bloodshed. In fact, the crime statistics in general, and specific in the areas that you're looking at, are trending upwards under this administration. Despite every appointment that has been requested has been acceded to has been supported by this administration. So again, it's a wrong discussion. The discussion should be about how can we help stop the bloodshed in our streets, in our homes, in our schools. That's what the discussion is. So being cute on this subject does not help our people. It does not help our people. And being disingenuous does not help our people. Giving the impression, holding up people's picture as if they are supporting this bill, when what they stop is a cessation of hostilities against our children, against our women. They support ending the violence. They didn't support this bill.
Yeah.
They did not support this bill. They did not support this bill.
5th, on July 5th, there was a forum that I attended, the member for Angliston, the senator. And on my lunch break, I made a call. And it's my understanding that the senator, Barnett, never wrote the government on her concerns prior to today, and neither some of the noted women's groups. So I'll move on. This bill fulfills the international treaty requirements, including CEDAW. On the one hand, you say, too much consultation. We need to move on. Let's get it done. And on the other hand, now, we must pump the brakes. This bill is not singularly about violence against women, but about violence against humans. Women, men, adults, and children. The fact that the FNM never had the courage or political will to even bring this issue to Parliament. Mr. Deputy, this bill brings us closer. We're not disregarding anyone's opinions. We're not disregarding anyone's opinions. You have heard the names, Mr. Deputy. We have heard the names of the victims today, male and female. And I emphatically say, we must not wait. Mr. Deputy, and she's correct. As we speak, as we have the candlelight vigils that we have all attended, we all say, we hope this is the last time. We hope this is the last time. Mr. Deputy, being a survivor of violence of any kind will always be difficult.
Order, members.
Any support that the government can give through the Protection Against Violence Bill is absolutely needed. Now we must move forward with implementation and enforcement with the same comprehensive efforts that we used to develop this legislation. We must work together to move forward as a nation with the protection of our women and children. It's taken years for us to arrive at this point, and we must keep momentum going. As my colleague for Freetown always says, perfection is the enemy of progress. Let us move forward with what we can to show that we are indeed making a real effort to protect our citizens. Protection is the right of all Bahamians. While the consultation on other bills continue, let's move forward with something that begins to put some legislation in place. No more stalling while victims suffer. Let's get it done. Let's move to continue with the consultation on other bills that are of concern. This is progress. Through this bill, there will no longer be an excuse for missing the mark on safeguarding and protecting our citizens. This Prime Minister, this PLP administration, we welcome accountability, we welcome the scrutiny, and we want to be held to the high standards we have established for ourselves. I answered all my questions. I stand, Mr. Deputy, proudly as an advocate, as a woman, a mother of girls, a Bahamian, in support of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 as a step in the direction of equality and justice for all Golden Gates rights.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
I'm always focused. I'm always powerful. Mr. Deputy, parliamentary colleagues, those watching across the length and breadth of the Bahamas, especially those in Central Grand Bahama, good afternoon. Now, I didn't realize that we was going to be in here this late, particularly when we had groups advocating for this bill to be delayed to add more meat to the bone, for lack of a better word. But we all know, sometimes the PLP, like my leader said, is one rule for them and another rule for everybody else. They're like Frank Sinatra. They do it their way. But in this case, we should be doing it the people's way. All those who are affected should be included. Do not do it your way. Do it the people's way. Today we gathered in these honored halls to discuss a matter fundamentally important to our society and yes, our country at large, the protection of the most vulnerable. Colleagues say that the work we're doing here determines how protected and supported Bahamians feel when living in this country is indeed an understatement. We have an unmitigated duty to ensure that the standards of living of Bahamians can be reachable to economic opportunity, but that they are also able to live without fear of persecution or of abuse, whether it's physical or mental. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention to the Protection Against Violence Bill. Yes, as my colleague said, this is indeed a very important matter that is long overdue. We agree with that. And I believe that every member knows that implementation needs to be done sooner than later. But we just ask that you include the wishes of all of our stakeholders. They have been begging, they have been asking for inclusion. I often speak of protecting the most vulnerable because I understand how extremely important that matter is. You know, when nothing was done to highlight the needs and protection of our children during Child Protection Month, you know, I stood up in this hall and I spoke of how very disappointed I was because we pushed other bills that I think could have been pushed aside while we dealt with the protection of our children. I truly believe our children are not being protected and the youth are not being empowered. And we are in desperate need of innovative policies to protect our women, men, and children. We are faced with a society where those who are supposed to be protecting are indeed the perpetrators. So we must find a way to hold these perpetrators responsible and, of course, adequately punish them. This also means making sure that there are also adequate options for those vulnerables to turn to. I was encouraged during the budget debate, and as was indicated by Golden Gates a few minutes ago, not everything is bad. I'm going to be fair. I was encouraged during the budget debate when the member for Cat Island Rumkey in San Salvador announced that the government had allocated funding to build a women's shelter and increasing legal aid support for victims of domestic violence. That's a good move. We support that. I applaud this then, and we wait to see the full rollout. Do not give it lip service. And I believe Golden Gate spoke to that earlier. Do not give it lip service. Let's make sure it happens, because our duty is to protect those that we serve. This protection bill doesn't just speak to protection of women, but to my understanding, is brushing a broad stroke over violence in general. We need more details. Yes, I do. You have some men who are also being used in our country. And when I heard Marathon say someone's getting beat right now, it could be a man or a woman.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
And I do believe that everyone needs to be protected. But let's call a spade a spade. This is not really a gender-based violence bill. It was brought to our attention, as was indicated earlier, by some of the women's rights group. They do not support the implementation at the moment. The bill has good bones, but more meat needs to be added. And they're asking just to pause a bit. We want to make it better. We want to make it stronger. As in Barnabas indicated this morning, there were bills that we pulled back on, that we paused on, to make it stronger, to make it better. Why not this one? That's the question. They want a bill that would include key provisions to further help protect women and girls from violence. And colleagues, we are here today. We're asking them to listen to us. We're asking them to listen to the women's group. But this is like a story I read in the Bible where Lazarus came to the rich man to eat from the rich man's table. And they both died. The rich man opened his eyes in hell. Lazarus opened his eyes in Abraham's bosom. The rich man being tormented, said, "Father, send Lazarus back to dip his finger in the cooling water, and cool my parching tongue." He said, "No, it ain't gonna happen." He said, "Well, Father, send me back to warn my brothers, to change their ways, to listen to the people." He said, "Look, if they ain't listen to Moses and to the prophets, even though you may come up from the dead, they ain't gonna listen to you."
And you twist that right up.
Ain't twisted right up. We are here asking them to listen to us. We are asking them to listen to the groups. They ain't gonna listen. They are not going to listen. And that's not a twist. Yes, it's a good reference. Someone could come from the dead. Yes, Rev, from certain shores. He's going to preach on that next Sunday. He's going to preach on that next Sunday. But listen, they want to make it stronger. I pose this question to all of us in here. If the people we are trying to protect do not feel fully protected, then what are we doing this for? Mr. Deputy, in its current form, we believe this bill needs to go back into committee, and the gaps needs to be addressed. Those are our thoughts. You had a chance to talk, you didn't speak. unless you are going to tell us, in fact, that there's more coming. But we do not believe that any more is coming. We don't think so, you know. Mr. Deputy, you know, a man to my word, I know we're late. It's late, everybody wants to get out of here. I told West Grand Bahamas that I'll be brief. And I remain, now, Mr. Deputy, they're going to prolong my speech. Mr. Deputy, they're going to prolong my speech. Mr. Deputy, while we all acknowledge that this bill has to be prioritized, we want to make sure that it's being done the right way, and not just because it's a check off. We want to make sure that this is done the right way, and this is not one of those check the boxes.
Start to keep my name.
Mr. Deputy, we want to acknowledge the fact that this bill must be prioritized. We want to ensure that it's done the right way. And this is not just a political check the box, one of our promises. We want to ensure that we are not just doing this to fulfill some global commitment or obligation. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that this is what it might be about. This must be prioritized in a way that if we do it, colleagues, we must indeed make sure it is done properly. As it relates to the bill, all of us said, if you have to vote on it today, we support it. And we even applaud the intention to provide a protection against all that are being affected. But we do believe that doing it the first time is the way we should do it. So we're advocating for it to go back into committee. Let's add the details. Let's ensure that those that we are seeking to protect feel fully secured, that they are indeed protected, that their voices are heard. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, nice as always, the official opposition is here, Mr. Deputy, to provide bipartisan support for this new day government. But we are saying to you, when we give you advice, take it. Not everything you do is right. Not everything we do is wrong. Let us find a balance. It's a fact, not everything you do is right. We are here as the opposition not to oppose, but to also offer advice. If it's going to make our country better, if we give good advice, please take it. It is not about us opposing. It's about us strengthening this very important tool. So, Mr. Deputy, as promised, and as promised to West Grand Bahama, I'd like to make it short and powerful and to the point. And I do believe that tonight, when you all go home, I'm going to ask you to pick up your Bible, King James Version, Luke chapter 6 and 31, where he said, if they did not believe Moses and the prophet, neither will they believe you. Please listen to the people. Mr. Deputy, Central Grand Bahama, rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Deputy, whilst we're here, Mr. Deputy, and obviously we will go beyond the 7 o'clock hour, so I now move the resolution that the House continues to
Order, members. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will pass the 7 p.m. hour.
Mr. Deputy, thank you, Mr. Deputy. Allow me to begin by thanking my colleagues. I wish to particularly acknowledge the presentation by the member for Marathon, the minister within the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. Her presentation touched us all in here today and brought us even closer to a comprehension of the issues faced by women, by girls, by men, by boys. Mr. Deputy, my presentation this evening is a combination of pieces compiled by the gender division of my ministry, by the stakeholders who we have met with, by those who have expressed views in reference to this bill. I found it interesting as I listened to Central Grand Bahama just now. I heard him speak about the bill, but never said one thing that's in the bill. Again, Mr. Deputy, it speaks to the fact that we determine that it's a serious issue, but we don't equip ourselves with the information that would allow the country to fully understand the seriousness of the issues. Mr. Deputy, as was raised by the member for Marco City, I think it's imperative for us to point out that all stakeholders are important.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
I shared with the Parliament earlier a symposium that the minister organized. He talked about failure to apprise the public or members of the public failing to apprise themselves of the facts so they could make an informed decision. The minister presided from a distance because he was not present, but did not have present the bill that we're talking about at the symposium. Yeah, did not have the bill present at the meeting that he presided over so that people could review the details. So that's one. But secondly, the stakeholders we have spoken to, a number of them said they have not met with you on this subject.
Are you aware of the number of stakeholders?
All I'm saying,
Are you aware of the number?
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of of those persons who lead. Minister, I'm aware of the persons who lead significant NGOs in this country who are today saying, sir, they would love to meet with you and meet with your Minister of State on this particular subject.
Thank you, honorable member.
They had representatives present.
Yes, Mr. Marco City. Mr. Marco City, the reality is there are many stakeholders, inclusive of those who went to meet with me with the late Lloyd Smith when we were discussing the bills. Others who came to our symposium that I hosted. I was there. The presenters brought the legislation. We took for granted that many of those who we said the legislation to would have brought the legislation. They did not bring the legislation, but it was explained by the lawyers who were there, led by Dame Anita Allen, and discussed openly, views positive and negative, suggestions made, we took note of. The reality is, and nobody has a difficulty talking with any stakeholder, they're important and germane to the process. And we will have more discussions. And we will continue to have dialogue because I find it to be quite interesting. This bill has been around for a long time. 2016, including 17, including 18, including 19, including 20, and part of 21. And nothing happened. If we said the bill, it wasn't brought to this place.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, the minister and the Minister of State are well aware of what happened over the course of the last 4.5 years as it relates to even this particular bill. The Honorable Frankie Campbell, while in the chair, was accompanied by, I believe it's some 100 Bahamian women who attended multiple conferences, but attended conference on this particular subject and dealt with the issues that are enclosed in the 2016, well, really it was 2015 for the genesis of it, and again, in advance of your discussions, those women shared their views, many of them informed by the multiplicity of conferences they attended. So it is untrue. It is untrue that nothing was done. You had a minister who was engaged with that community and met with the cross-section of stakeholders to discuss and advance this issue. That's fine, but don't say nothing was done. It's not true. It is not true.
Was discussed, but I meant the bill did not come to Parliament for discussion or for passage. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where the bill is now. We have, Mr. Deputy, over the past 22 months, we have heard, we have read, I have read the documents, the many documents submitted, attended conferences, and have had discussions on the bill, on the domestic violence bill, on the protection against violence bill, on all the bills that relate to women and girls and violence. Mr. Deputy, truth be told, I believe the good work of the Attorney General must be celebrated. They have worked continuously and tirelessly to get to where we are today. But as my friend from Freetown reminds us, nothing's perfect. And we're going to get there, though, Mr. Deputy, because we're taking that gigantic step. But insofar as our stakeholders are concerned, they will be intimately involved in what we have to do, particularly as you see how this legislation is laid out. Particularly as you see how the commission must be set up, how the secretariat must be formed, how the foundation must be established. They have to be involved. In fact, it's a dictate of the legislation. And that is what will happen. And it will happen, Mr. Deputy, quickly, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I wanted to draw into the discussion today some of the notes from my colleagues that acknowledge that globally, one of the most challenging issues is violence against women and girls. Globally. Not only in our Bahamas, but globally. In fact, when we met recently with the British delegation, they informed us that their movement began actively in 2003. In 2003. I was shocked. I was surprised, because I thought a more developed country would have been further ahead. But it's one of those taboo subjects in a lot of societies, inclusive of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, you are aware that in our country, in recent years, the numbers have increased. We've heard the member for Freetown speak to it. And these issues concern us. Colleagues should also be aware that the Bahamas has certain obligations, and colleagues side opposite spoke to them today. But we do have obligations under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women from 1981, CEDAW, and the Inter-American Convention on the Protection, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, 1994. And that includes, one, to include in their domestic legislation penal, civil, administrative, and any other type of provisions that may be needed to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women, and to adopt appropriate administrative measures when necessary. B, to promote the education and training of all those involved in the administration of justice, police, and other law enforcement officers, as well as other personnel responsible for implementing policies for the prevention, punishment, and eradication of violence against women. C, to provide appropriate specialized services for women who have been subjected to violence through public and private sector agencies, including shelters, counseling services for all family members where appropriate, and care and custody of the affected children. And D, to promote and support governmental and private sector education designed to raise the awareness of the public with respect to the problems of and the remedies for violence against women. These are international and globally accepted standards and obligations that we have agreed to, Mr. Deputy, And governments must, over a period of time, must cause for legislation to reflect their signatory. If you have become a signatory to international bodies and to conventions, then you have an obligation. Because each time you attend, as Marco City referred to conferences attended by the former minister, you are asked questions about your movement and how far you have come. And usually those conventions and those events are for progressive reports. And so, Mr. Deputy, we have an obligation, so I welcome this as a part of, but this is not the basics or the basis of our providing this legislation. It is a part of, inclusive of, because we must, and we intend to be responsible. Just as when, as the member for Central Grand Bahama referred to about children, just as we were mandated years ago to have a minors advocate. We ain't got one yet. No. You see, that's what I'm saying in successive governments. We don't have one yet. Well, we didn't have one until we passed it in cabinet 2 weeks ago, and that individual will be joining us next week at the ministry, because now we've moved ahead. Because we had an obligation, but we didn't provide yet. We'll argue that the children are not being protected when we have obligations and certain things ought to be in place and they're not in place. So we have altered that, and I'm very proud of that. And very soon you will be hearing that announcement together with, to go along with everything we're doing here, a legal division of the Ministry of Social Services. We now have 3 attorneys who will be joining us. First time. And you know why? Because there are many issues that we are unable to deal with. The police can't deal with everything. So we've not only brought in the attorneys, we're also bringing in investigators, former police officers, who will assist us in getting to the bottom of issues and helping us to get matters before the courts, sometimes to the police, to help us get it to the courts. If the job's been advertised for years, I would think. All I know is we've moved to make it happen. And what I like about it most is they come with the enthusiasm and the determination. See, we appreciate the issue. We appreciate the issues that we're dealing with in this country. There's no question about it. None of us in this place here, none of us could celebrate if any one person of our country is injured. Not a single one of us. When I walked into the ministry, you know what it is to walk into a ministry and a couple of days, the first thing you hear about is a young girl being killed? And everybody looking at you, and you don't have the answer. You know why? Because you don't have the experience yet, and you don't understand it. You know what it is to be told that one of the clients that you're responsible for just hanged herself, and your staff calls you in the middle of the night? And you don't have the answer? And you're broken because this is a death? And then you have to attend the funeral services of both? And you do? And you hear the pain, you see the people, you see their families, and you can't help them? That's why we take this very seriously. That's why I don't want anyone to believe that we are going to ignore anyone. In fact, what the record ought to reflect is we are here because of many of those stakeholders. That's the reality. Who have brought many of these issues to the table. You saw that lady in here today, Candy Gibson, the foam. You know the work she does with little or nothing, with no money being given to her, and yet she's out there every day trying to help people. She's out there staging events, trying to bring families together. She told me today that what she wants to do beginning next month is start bringing the families together, victims, and she wants to make sure that these individuals have summer programs and things to bring them together, to give them and to help them to continuously to improve their lives. Because you might not know or even understand this. At many of our homes, you have a number of children who are there, whose parents are gone, who were abandoned, who were abused, whose parents were killed. They're part of a vicious cycle. that we have to provide care for every day. And in Grand Bahama, just today, I was on a phone call with Grand Bahama. In Grand Bahama Children's Home, it's overcrowded. 31 children, they can't take another. And children are aging out now. 14 years old, they have to find a place. We have to find a place for them, for the transition. Otherwise, where do they go? This is a complex issue. Many issues here, and these children usually are victims of violence against their parents. And Resilience Center, the work they do. And that is why I applaud the Minister responsible for finance. He's provided us additional funding so we can help groups like Resilience Center. We didn't miss what you said the other day, Central Grand Bahama. We heard you. And they will get their assistance because the Ministry of Finance has given us more to help these organizations with, and in Grand Bahama to open more homes, working with the Grand Bahama Port Authority in this instance, to ensure that the Columbus House is reopened and all the PACE is reopened, to ensure that we could provide assistance to many of these young people. Reality is, that is what our job is. It's a complex job. And so when the recommendations are made by the stakeholders, well, we are going to embrace their recommendations without doubt. And if something that we are short of, no difficulty, we are going to look at what they have brought to the table and have further discussions and ensure that when we begin to put the pieces together, they will be intimately involved in everything we're seeking to do. But for the record, let us reflect on this. The Bahamas has taken very deliberate, incremental steps to end gender-based violence through strengthened and responsive state and civil action. In July 2012, the Bahamas participated in the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, strengthening state accountability and community action for Ending Violence Against Women project. In July 2013, the Bahamas launched a national task force to oversee the development, implementation, and coordination of a national strategic plan. National strategic plan was referred to earlier. I think it was referred to by East Grand Bahama, the National Strategic Plan to address gender-based violence, and that plan was created. That plan was created. And we have that plan, but you must appreciate this as well, that the plan alone, and this was prepared in 2018 and being completed now, this is a national gender equality policy, a policy that goes along with this. See? East Grand Bahama said we did do something. And I just wish to read very quickly those who were involved. Ella Roll Bain, Bureau of Women's Affairs. Lisa Benjamin, the College of the Bahamas. Ian Bennett Bethel, College of the Bahamas. Anna Brennan, Civil Society. Christine Campbell, Bureau of Women's Affairs. Kyle Shea, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Violet Duncombe, Department of Statistics. Angelica Hilbrand, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Marcel Johnson, Ministry of Health. Jewel Major, Attorney General's Office. Don Marshall, Civil Society. Ruby Knowledge, College of the Bahamas. Sandra Dean Patterson, Bahamas Crisis Center, and the Ministry of Social Service and Community Development. Alicia Sands, Civil Society. Charmaine Sinclair, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Sandra Smith, UNAIDS, and Melvin Simonet, the Bureau of Women's Affairs, and that's in Social Services. So this policy is now being scrutinized and edits, amendments being made, and it will then become a part of what helps govern this commission. All of this is a part of, these things have been underway.
Minister, they are interested in the authority, they've communicated that to you all.
Well, I have not seen the communication. I will get to that in just a minute. But I will tell you how we are proceeding. And this is how the ministry will proceed. Gender-based issues give rise to concerns in our society. Due to the high incidence of crime generally in the Bahamas involving violence, whether it be violence against men, women, children, or gang violence, it was also felt that the bill should not discriminate against anyone. The bill should not discriminate against anyone, and that is the reason. It's put out here. Due to the high incidence of crime, generally in the Bahamas involving violence, whether it be violence against men, women, children, or gang violence, it was also felt that it should not discriminate against anyone. The Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 therefore generally provides for the protection of and support for victims of violence. Victims of violence. Mr. Deputy, Part 2 or 3 of the bill seeks to provide the framework for the administration of the Act, specifically the responsibility of the minister. The minister is to develop and implement a national strategic plan, but he's not going to be doing that by himself. Clearly not. He has to work with his gender division and certainly work with the stakeholders. Shall work with the stakeholders. Also to strengthen institution capacity in response to crime, to violence. We have accepted that we don't have the capacity, and we have to build the capacity. And we will be doing that immediately. Establish a foundation to raise funds. How do you raise East Grand Bahama? For the sole use and benefit of the Commission in its functions. And implement sensitivity training programs for members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force and support service personnel, and generally raise awareness of the public on problems and remedies of violence. In other words, we have to cause for greater education. Look at our airspace. Our airspace, whether it's television, radio, whether it's social media, whether it's utilizing TikTok or not, or Facebook, what do you see and how have we fought violence? What is our message? We don't have one. We've not developed one. We don't have the leader of the opposition with a promo talking about ending violence. We don't. We don't. We don't have messages of the victims of violence speaking to the pain and the hurt. It's all a part of the plan. That's the education. Because you have to cause people to understand, young people in schools to understand why it's wrong. Because if we allow for the television from other parts of the world to influence our thinking, then it's their thinking. What we must do is we must ensure that we have proper communication. So communication, education is a part of our plan. And it has to start now. Marco, see, they can't wait. They got to start now. Because we are late. And they'll be a part there. They'll be a part of it. No, they will be a part of it. Government has to lead the way. Yes, government has to lead the way. Clauses 10 to 14 of the bill establishes the Protection Against Violence Commission as a body corporate and a subsidiary technical department known as the Protection Against Violence Secretariat. Under the bill, the overarching functions of the Commission include strengthening involvement of multi-sectorial stakeholders in public-private partnerships to combat and respond to violence with effective strategies and policies, and to provide care and support services through shelters, counseling and care and custody of affected children to victims of violence. Public sector, private sector. No, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But the sectorial stakeholders in public-private, we will have these individuals. And one thing about the stakeholders in this country, they got plenty of energy. They do a lot of work. They do a lot. Podesta Moore, Candia Gibson, they do a lot of work. And they are always working and always ready to work. So it's not a difficulty, but they will be utilized effectively, Marco City. Under Clause 12 of the bill, the Commission is empowered to, 1, grant funding for approved and certified community programs or projects of support service providers. That's important all over. That's important all over. And you're right, let them do it. They will do it. They will go to the community. They will create programs. The grant will be provided. Provide technical assistance in programs and project management and information systems to support service providers. Service providers, those are the key people we're talking about that you raised, East End. They will be utilized, and they are involved. See, you said that some of the details are not there, maybe in comparison. It might be so. But the truth is, I think the goals and the objectives are the same. Consult, coordinate, and cooperate with other regional and international violence-based organizations and institutions. One of the great difficulties I've had since becoming minister is when I ask a simple question of staff and others, well, where do we go for training? What conferences have we attended? How do we keep up to speed on what's going on? And the response is, we haven't. Which one's that? No, I'm talking about training specifically to deal with the issue here. The point is, we don't. Over the years, successive governments over the years. We go to the United Nations, and we might go to Geneva, but that's the two events. But that's not training. That's simply attending the conferences, which is a good thing to do. But what we need to do is ensure that our people are getting more exposure. See, we can't pretend as if the issues haven't reached home. If you have an influence of television every day, coming into your society, every day, the thousands of channels, you have social media coming every day, who you think people are learning from? That's why we have to find ways to counter it. That's why we have to find ways to have on our television more programs that can counter what's going on. That's why we have to think about productions and whether they're sitcoms or whether they are drama series or whether they're documentaries or whether they are simply educational programs. You have to counter what's happening. Otherwise, our children are sitting down every night watching the same thing, listening to stuff on Facebook or watching TikTok, and that's where they're getting their information, their knowledge. That is what's helping them think the way they think. And it's not necessarily, you say, well, we never used to think like that. Yeah, we didn't grow up in that era. That's the era, they're growing up in this era now. So you have to think about, okay, we have to counter all that. Cable and all that's good stuff, because we want to watch our sport and everything else. But the truth is, you must appreciate that it's coming to your living rooms. It's going to your children. It's teaching them. And they are learning things that you don't necessarily agree with. So we have to find ways to counter. Part 4 of the bill establishes and expressly prescribes the general rights of victims of violence, which includes, 1, the right to be treated with compassion and dignity by all persons who come into contact with that victim in their capacity as care and support professionals. Now, you heard the member for Golden Gates, and she spoke about how some are treated. That is a reality. How some are treated, and they're treated badly. We've met with individuals who have had difficulties, and we've met with people who have spoken to me about their being afraid too. And I ain't gonna talk to no one, I came to see you. The reality about this is you have to make sure we train our people, properly train them on how to deal with these people. See, don't forget, we made a mistake in this country. And I say this with the greatest respect to all. We brought in a lot of people on programs into ministries, and many were not trained. And we did not train them after they got there. So the difficulty is now we have to train, because care and support, you have to provide it for these people. They need it. That's what they need. They need someone, a shoulder to lean on, someone to cry to, someone to talk to, someone who's going to hear what they're having to deal with. The right to be informed of all rights and services is available to them under Part 5 of the bill. They have a right. They still have rights. They should never believe that their rights have been all taken away. We must ensure that they understand. So we have to explain this. The right to be confidentiality by any person acting in their capacity to provide care or support. Well, you can't go talking people's business, eh? And the right to privacy, without question. Part 5 of the bill seeks to set out the procedure for the making and handling of complaints by victims and the various requirements of an investigating officer, which include assisting the victim with obtaining medical treatment and getting to a safe place, accompanying the victim to collect their belongings from the perpetrator's residence. Remember this came up earlier, East Grand Bahama? Accompanying the victim to collect their belongings from the perpetrator's residence, providing the victim with contact information for the commission for further assistance. One of the issues that we raised in our discussions with the writers of the bill was the whole question of when a victim, and this is a problem we faced in the ministry since we've been there, that we've been trying to contend with. When a person is assaulted, how quickly can they get to a physician? And the privacy. At the present situation, they have to go to and stand in one line or be waited to be treated. What we're putting in place now is to allow to have persons who will be working with the ministry, doctors who will be paid by the ministry, and these individuals will be able to go to quickly, privately, and get that report. All a part of this. See, that's why, Marco City, it's imperative for us to understand, yes, there's work to do. We want to get the work started. We have to get this work started because of I don't think you would even appreciate, and maybe you will, the difficulty it is every day, because we see these things every day. And we talk to people every day. And it's amazing where and who they are we're talking to. And when you talk to children, you saw the little girl in here today? She said to me, I said, what do you want to be? She said, I don't know. And then we talked for a little while longer. And then she asked a question, who could teach me how to be boat captain? I said, what? She said, well, I have a cousin who is a boat captain. I'd like to do that. I said, well, how are your grades at school? She said, teachers say pretty good. They're trying to get me a scholarship. But Candy immediately, the discussion, hey, let's try to get her at Lowell Monomoore. Let's get her in there. They have dreams and aspirations too. But many are sitting there and they're sitting in the dark because of all that they've had to contend with. They're in fear and don't want to tell anybody, I have a dream. She has a dream. So we have to contend and we have to work with, we have to cause these things to happen. And that is what we want this body to not only deal with the issue, but think about all the other steps that are required. We have to talk to people, we have to educate people. We have to cause our young people to see better things on television, hear better things on the radio, see things on TikTok that we manage, that we create. We've got to cause young people who've been victims in all these homes to see us come around. To see us come around. To see us talking to them. Because they see us on television. But yet we don't go around. They want to know that we care about them too. And they have access to us, even if just to say, wow. Little boy the other day came home to his mother. And it was so amazing. Mother called me up. She said, my son met the Prime Minister and said he ain't washing his hands for a couple of days. You know, because that's just the way it is. He sees him, he saw him on television, but no man, he ain't doing that. You know, that far as this kid, that means a lot. And so we all, not only on this side of the divide, take the poetry, talk to the children, read them that stuff. And we hear the stories. And when I call upon you to come help, don't say you ain't coming. No, you don't do that, you will come. But the reality about it is it has to happen. if we can make a change. Otherwise, none of this stuff come out. No change, no legislation come out. The action's got to be by us. Leadership by action. That's the difference. And that's the difference with Cat Island. Leadership by action. Let's make it happen. But at no time are we going to leave those individuals out. Those stakeholders who have been paving the way, holding the ground, holding things up, keeping our country moving over these many years. That is what we're going to do. But collectively, as a body, as a country, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite some of the vituperative exchanges, if we were to strip all that away, it is that there is the manner of a group of women, NGOs, who are concerned that the bill that we have debated today and that we are about to pass does not reflect another bill that they may have had some hand in. Well, that's regrettable. But I'm grateful to a member for East Grand Bahama for identifying one or two of the issues they claim that they have with the bill. Well, that vindicates us, I think, in proceeding as we did this morning, because earlier it was my view that there was a lot of time for views to be known and for those views to be taken into account. For whatever reason, the group that now protested did not participate and or did not feel the need to at the time. Well, that's not an issue anymore. Because even before the notice of such protests came to my attention, I was always of the view, as I said in my opening, that this is but a first step. I said it more than once today in my opening. I also said there's still much more to do. And I also said that, and I was a bit disappointed that at such a late hour that this would have happened. I mean, the better approach would have been, look, we think that this bill needs to be improved. And in that instance, and I think if it needs to be improved, I know the minister will hear this group. But if what I heard were the concerns of this group, I think they would be satisfied that this bill covers most of their concern. It seemed to me, and I don't want to pigeonhole or assume to appreciate the specific concern of the group, but it seemed to me that there is this view that it should be gendered focus or gender focus. hence the emphasis for the absence of a definition of gender-based violence. I think they call it GBV. And well, if we are keeping with the times, and if we are recognizing that this term, gender-based violence, is having shifting perspectives, and there's now a move to move away from the term gender-based violence because it is, in fact, directed specifically to deal with violence against women, which ignores violence against some other specific specific genders. No, I can tell you, right? And let me just, I can tell you, right? Because I had the opportunity, while sitting here, just to reflect on this and to see, example, where this word gender-based violence, where it originated, right? And I discovered that the term gender-based violence first appeared in 1993. All right. It first and its use became widespread following its inclusion in the UN Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Violence Against Women. So the specific there. And yes, and then in that 1993, right, in that 1993 definition, and I will read it as I got it off from the Declaration. So violence is any act of gender-based violence. See? Any act of gender-based violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, etc. So specific to women. Now, as things has evolved, there's violence against other gendered groups. It doesn't take into account the broader sexualized or gendered violence, because this is speaking as it is defined in the UN treaty, is specific to women, but it's not. That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, it has not. No, it has not. That's what I'm telling you. No, if you follow what's going on, right? Because there are still different perspectives in the humanitarian space as to what it actually means. Different persons, different persons are looking at it differently, right? So to avoid the complexity and to avoid any challenge as to what it may actually mean, right? It has been broadened. And the definition that you now find in this bill is all-inclusive. It's all-inclusive. It's broadened, as you quite rightly acknowledge. It's much broader than the narrow gender-based. So is it then that this group is only concerned about violence against women? I don't have, no, I'm saying, I raised the question. So if that's their concern, and they would wish to see a bill specifically for that, another bill specifically for the other sexual orientations against whom a violence could be committed, I mean, it truly is a duplication of efforts in my view. So what I invite the group to do is just put in writing what their concerns are. But it's not, the minister has not seen it.
It's in the previous bill that they said.
Listen to what I say, man. Please. I'm inviting the team. I have the exercise going through right now. And my advice is that the provisions to which that may have differed is only because the bill has widened and broadened the scope of persons to whom violence may be committed. And it also decides not to dumb down the punishment against persons who may have committed a violence against women. So, for example, the gender-based violence in the bill that you just pointed out speaks to, what, 1 year in prison or $5,000, right? Right? Now, a woman who's beaten to a pulp, and a man could be charged for grievous harm, right? He could get up to 20 years imprisonment. So you want us to dumb it down, put it in this bill, and then he's now going to say, well, I committed a gender violence offense, so I want to be tried for a gender violence offense under this gender violence bill, and not again under the penal code, where I could be exposed to more. I mean, no, please, listen to what I'm saying. So I'm raising these issues just on the basis of your contribution, which I thank you for. Right? Because if that is this concern, that's why I'm saying, when I said put in writing the concerns, they have the bill. I'm not talking about the 2015 bill. If when they write to us and they refer to the 2015 bill and say, for example, gender violence is not defined, or the definition as we had in 2015 is not included in this bill, then we could look at it and we say, here's how it is included. If they say, for example, you drop the gender violence offense, we're going to say, yeah, well, yes, we did so. Now, here's the rationale behind it. Because what was there, right, is covered by the penal code, and we prefer the penalties that are in the penal code. Which one do you prefer? So that's what I invite those those members to do, right? And I want them to consider the perspectives of varying groups, right? I wouldn't call them now, on what GBVI mean. It is a shifting paradigm today, because we are recognizing that violence and the circumstances of violence touches all genders. And particularly, we have to recognize that the term gender has a lot of sexual orientation. And those persons with their sexual preferences and et cetera, they too are subject to violence. Children, you would have heard over and over at times in here from either the Minister of Education and or the Minister of National Security, how young men are being recruited from schools to join gangs. But that's a form of violence that has been recognized again in these what they call it the conflict areas, where people are being forced into battle. Young men and children are being forced to carry arms to go into battle. Well, here, our young men and young boys are being lured into and probably being forced into a life of crime to join gangs. That is a form of violence. But it's not gender-based violence, is it? So I'm pointing these things out, not to diminish the concerns of this grouping, because they have their views, and I would respect their views, but for them to appreciate where we, as lawmakers, are, and how we arrived at the positions that we have taken. And each of those points that you have raised, I don't think they were exhaustive. I take it that you've only given me that which you could have. No.
What I was speaking about represents all of what they are saying. So you should definitely speak directly to them so that they can express their views much better than I could express it.
I took that point. And I, as I said, I invite them, and I will invite the minister. Again, the minister read, a letter he wrote to all of the stakeholders, including some of the names I see on some of the entities I see on what I call the protest paper on June 3rd, June 5th, enclosing this very bill that had been laid in May, asking them and informing them that, look, we're going to debate this, please give me your comments. He's saying the first time, I'm not talking about what's in the public domain, people talk, the first time, right, he wrote them. After writing them, he's been holding town meetings about the bill that were widely publicized. Come and talk about it. And we had it on TV. Right? And so all I'm saying is that the opportunities were there. It is not, we can't say the opportunity wasn't there. Now, they can say, well, the timing for these events were not convenient for me, so I couldn't attend. I know I did not see the advertisements. They could have their reasons for not attending. But it is not, would not be fair to the minister to say that the opportunities were not afforded to those, particularly those persons who were protests today. And as you said, you all came prepared today until you got this notice. Today. And so when you go back to the letter, I'll invite those persons, whoever have any issue with the bill, please respond to the request made by the minister on the 5th of June, when he sent this very bill that we are debating today to them to seek their input. And please seek their input, and we and the minister will respond. He will have, for example, on the legal issues, the Attorney General and those who were leading and facilitating the conversation with the general public and the town hall meetings, etc., to explain. Right? And it has to be recognized that gender-based violence is no longer a term of art. It's going to be a general term that applies to everyone. It's just that it invokes a sense of confusion since it was started in 1993 and was included in the definition in the UN declarations for elimination of violence against women. It's not only women we're talking about now. We're talking about all genders. And that I think, we make that point. And so, I want to remind what I said earlier today. This is just a first step. I said that. We acknowledged there's still a lot of work to be done. And this is not a static moment. This is not an issue that is static. This is with us. And I know where it's going to be going from us soon. But we are taking the step to try to eradicate it. And this is a first step to that eventuality and objective. And I would wish that, if it was heartening to hear, for example, that Senator Barnett attended the town hall meetings. And I gather she participated. And had some, and was very active in the discussions. Right? And from all those discussions, I'm advised the bill covered. And so it's unfortunate that the substance of what we're doing today may have been distracted by the intervention of the protests. But I say to those who are not happy that please send your written comments. We are open to hearing it. This is a first step. It sets out the framework to help persons who are victims of violence, a support network, which is now mandatory as opposed to discretionary, all right, and with support and help. And this is to ensure that government no longer lags behind NGOs, but are there with them, hand in hand, partnering them to bring relief to the scourge that afflicts our country. Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the protection of and support for victims of violence, to establish the Protection Against Violence Commission, to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties, and for matters connected therewith. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the protection of and support for victims of violence, to establish the Protection Against Violence Commission, to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties, and for matters connected therewith.
For the second reading of bills.
And now move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole with a member from Mount Moriah and the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the House do resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole with the member of Mount Moriah in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion, the motion is carried. Mount Moriah will take the chair.
The Committee of the Whole.
Long title of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title is agreed.
The clauses 2 to 42 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 42 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 42 of the bill is agreed.
Will be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
The bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I now move that the Speaker do take the chair.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Deputy Speaker will now take the chair. All right. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole have examined the bill and made no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, making no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Protection Against Violence Bill 2023.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to provide for the protection and support of victims of violence, to establish Protection Against Violence Commission, to enable the Bahamas to fulfill certain obligations arising under regional and international treaties and for matters connected therewith.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title be therefore declared Protection Against Violence Bill 2023. Right in time. For the third reading of bills. Thank you, Honorable Member. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. No? I would, okay, no?
No.
Oh, okay. I would like to offer my condolences to Ms. Nellie Thompson and family on the passing of her husband, Andrew Thompson. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Mr. Chair, Deputy, I wish to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment. Oh, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Simple questions. No. I stating, just notices. Notices, yeah. Mr. Deputy, I give notice at the next seating and intend to ask the following question. Would the Honorable Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he agrees with the contents of a release by the Ministry of Immigration and Labor dated 26th of July 2023, which said in part, I quote, concerning the questions put by the former Prime Minister about a specific citizen application, we clarify that at the time of question, the Minister was, in fact, in Miami, not in Switzerland, as previously stated in error, end quote. Next question. Would the Honorable Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that since he has now changed his story to say that he was in Miami, not Switzerland, when Mr. Racine called him, then he must have returned home more than 3 weeks before Racine's funeral for him to have been in this Honorable House on the 31st of May, 2023. Next question. Would the Honorable Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances he could not possibly have been referring to his Miami trip when he told the Bahamian media that Mr. Racine was being buried when he returned to Nassau after receiving Mr. Racine's alleged call? And the final question. Would the Honorable Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances, the Minister's statement that, quote, when I returned, he was being buried, end quote, directly contradicts his newly created facts about receiving a call from Mr. Racine while he was in Miami? Oh, you know that. No, I know a lot of stuff. I don't. No. You send him on chatter to Miami. You try to hide everything. Don't tell me the date.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notices be brought up. Order that the notice to lie on the table. Adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the House stands adjourned to August 16th, 2023. August 16th.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that that the House at its rising do adjourn to the 16th of August 2023 at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, August 16th, 2023, 10 a.m.
It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to the 16th of August, 2023 at 10 a.m.